Oh, you're loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
all right.
Mary Beth is not awake yet.
No, she's been here a little while. I can't hear her though.
We're live on YouTube. That's all I know.
Yeah. I'll start with a quick announcement. The chairman have asked Heather to go see a doctor. She's dealing with early this morning, started with a pain in her side and needs to go figure out what's going on. Josh will be filling in for her. I'm sure we're in good hands. Mary Beth is well aware of everything will be going on in the meeting. So trying to figure out where there. Mary Beth, your microphone is off. So let's go ahead and do the roll, please.
I can do roll, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh. Thank you.
Senator Anderson,
Here.
Senator Hutchings,
She must be excused, Josh. I don't see her.
Senator Pappas,
Here.
Senator Steinmetz,
Here.
Representative Blake,
Here.
Representative Brown,
Here.
Representative Crank,
Here.
Representative McGuire,
Here.
Representative Newsom,
Excused.
Representative Obermuller,
Here.
Here.
Representative Western,
Oh, he'll be excused. He'll be here later a little late in the morning.
okay, Representative O'Hearn,
Here.
Co-Chairman Von Flatern,
Here.
and Co-Chairman Eklund.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Welcome, Representative O'Hearn. Look forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you very much. Look forward to meeting all of you.
Okay. Do we have any other announcements?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. I don't believe we have any other announcements. We will begin with WYDOT and the director's opening comment.
Okay, Director Reiner, you're on. I don't see you here though.
He's just now being admitted.
Okay, thank you, Mary Beth.
Mr. Chairman, this is Joe McGuire.
Yes, Joe, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank the director. He came to Casper last week to give some comments at the dedication of the Leonard L. Robinson Bridge. Really some heartfelt comments, and everybody appreciated that so very much. So thank you, General Director.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. That was a great event. I thank the Casper contingent for putting that on.
Director, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Director Reiner, Director of WYDOT. Hey, let me just maybe a quick update for you on the agency, and then we'll move into the first bill. But let me just tell you that I'm certainly incredibly proud of the men and women who work at WYDOT. Really throughout this summer have continued to stay on mission and really accomplish their task in this coronavirus environment, which is exactly what we did ask them to do. We are starting the process of closing down construction season and starting to prep for the winter. So we were at about a high of 90 construction projects here, last month. We're down to about 72 active right now. And you're all well aware we did have sort of one of those storm of the century here around Labor Day, and the plows are up and running, and the team did a very nice job, I thought, on taking care of that storm right after Labor Day. Hey, I do need to share, I know you read about it in the paper. Certainly on the tragic side, we did lose a member of our Jackson maintenance crew. Shirley Samuelson was her name. She was killed on the job while performing road cleaning operations. So OSHA is right in the middle of their investigation, and certainly we're conducting our own. And once we get those done, we'll go from there. Her funeral was earlier this month and was very well attended. We did lose another one of our members to a vehicle accident during off duty right after Labor Day as well. During that storm, she hit some slick roads and ran off the road, and again was tragically killed. Hey, on sort of the news of people and employees, our most important asset, we were able to recognize two of our maintainers, Justin Kaiser and Craig Mustard from our Elk Mountain division, along with Trooper Caleb Hobbs, again from that local area, for their rapid action at the scene of a crash that saved the life. We have this award program that was really started years and years ago, and for those that go above and beyond, it's nice to recognize those type of actions. And so that was a fun event to recognize them for their life savings work. Hey, in terms of budget, our commission did approve their FY21 budget last week. And that certainly kicks off for us 1 October, because as a reminder, WYDOT runs on the federal fiscal year. I would certainly thank the Joint Transportation Committee liaisons for attending, and hopefully that was provided some helpful insights into the department and what we have going on. The budget was definitely impacted and continues to be impacted by flat revenue, by inflation, and by COVID. And so the budget did make the appropriate cuts, which actually are starting to be painful. Just a quick recap on COVID. So as you know, we do keep track of what's going on with vehicle counts on our roads. Right now, it seems to stabilize just a little bit below where we were, for the average for the last 3 to 5 years. But really the number we track is sort of, hey, where are we at in the rolling average of sort of what the total vehicle count has been since this COVID started. And that we're still down by about 11%. So, we're at a low of 30 or some. Now we're back up to almost even, but right now the rolling average is about a negative 11%. The anticipated impact of COVID on the 21 budget was about $21 million. In terms of CARES Act, a quick update to you on where we're at on the CARES Act. The request on the bad news story, we put a lot of requests in for Wyoming and for RIS, and I believe we talked about that as a group at our last session together. All of those were deemed not to meet the federal requirements for CARES Act reimbursement, and so the answer on those was no. On the good news story, we did receive $4.2 million for the capacity purchase agreement. So that's the one we have with the 4 airports to keep people in seats. We did receive $4.2 million in CARES Act reimbursement for that request. And we would anticipate receiving about 900,000 in really direct cost reimbursement for all of the product that we moved during the COVID crisis early on. So really, we transported stuff probably 4 or 5 days a week for a while around the state, you know, in our role as the Department of Transportation in our emergency port function role of providing transportation. And so that's pretty much, that's come to an end, but we think that'll be about 900K there. And I don't anticipate any issues there. We, just as a reminder, we did receive about, and this was direct and not through the 1.25 billion that came to state. We did receive about 50 million that went to airports around the state. And we also received 28 million that went to our transit authorities around the state. On the federal side, in terms of budget, you know, I know you're tracking that as I am. Probably the transportation related issue there is Congress is actively working on a year extension for the current highway funding authorization bill. So just as a reminder, you know, on the federal side, the highway funding authorization bill, which currently is called the FAST Act, it's a 5-year bill and it expires here the end of September. And that's really what authorizes the expenditure of the federal money on our roads. So we would anticipate an extension, and I don't know exactly yet what will be in it, but we've certainly had a chance to make some suggestions. One of the suggestions we made is that during this time of crisis, that the money would, all federal money would not require a match. But we'll see whether that passes and is involved in the bill or not. I think the last thing I would update you on is WYOLINK. Certainly the WYOLINK tower build continues. And as they come online, radio comms in the areas are certainly getting better. So today of the 16, there's 3 that are complete, and that's Buffalo, that's Orange Junction, and that's Alva, which is up close to, actually it's Buffalo, Orange Junction, and Wright are the ones that's complete. We expect 6 to be very close to operational yet this year. And the ones that will be really completed first there are Jackson, which we're really excited to get up, which is up on Teton Pass, and then Alva, which is up in the Sundance area. And then the rest of them will be finished very early next spring. Hey, that is a very 30,000 foot, you know, review of your Department of Transportation, pending any specific questions that you might have.
Committee, any questions? Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, can we get a breakdown of the money that went to airports and transit authorities? I guess I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blank, absolutely. We'll just get that typed up and out to everybody.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Pettis.
Yes, Director Reiner, I know that WYDOT had, I believe it was like $4.1 million in coronavirus relief funds. And I think I saw in the last budget information from Don Shepard that nothing was allocated, nothing was expended. Could you just tell us what those funds were allocated or were directed for? I think it was 4.1 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Pappas, I believe what you're talking about there, in the 4.1 is would be the CARES Act money that went to the capacity purchase agreement. So it was in between 4.1 and 4.2 it was like 4.1, 565,000 or something like that. But that's the 4.1 number. Does that make sense in the report that you saw?
Yeah, it was just labeled coronavirus relief funds. It was out of that I was a portion of the 1.25 billion. I think it was 775 million of it.
Yes. Senator, that would be the only number that we have that's even close. So that it was 4.1 and some change. So I usually say 4.2, but it went to the capacity purchase agreement. And now the important thing with that number is actually split between us and the local communities. We really took a total package deal because, as you remember, when that legislation originally passed, it was a cost share. Let me see if Administrator Olson has anything you'd like to add, with your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sure. Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, that is correct. That little over 4.1 million was for the capacity purchase agreement, and we did ask on the locals' behalf as well. And we'll use that money from March of 2020 through December of 2020 to recoup the costs the state and the locals due to COVID-19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, committee, are we ready to move on? Kind of looks like it. I don't see any hands, anyone speaking up. So, Director, continue.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Hey, let me also recognize Representative O'Hearn, if I could, and welcome him. It's good to see that face again. So welcome to this body, sir.
Thank you, Luke.
In terms of Mr. Chairman, and maybe we'll move on to the first topic of discussion, which I'm tracking, is the highway funding options, and specifically the road usage charge. And I know that we have a draft bill that's up, and so maybe a couple opening comments, and then actually what we have is a short presentation that will really set the conditions to sort of review the bill, to talk about some of the background involved, and answer some of the questions that you did ask the last time. As a reminder, this is an interim study about alternate funding sources. And we specifically, after the guidance, our last meeting, targeted this road usage charge. Now, it's not the same program that we started with when we started talking about it. It has morphed, evolved, changed, and for the better, as far as I'm concerned, based on the inputs, of our key stakeholders. And I think that's what you absolutely want in terms of these interim studies, and on that note, I certainly in this forum want to thank the working group because it has been excellent discussions, lots of input, and the viewpoint from lots and lots of different areas. In the end, what you'll see today is a WYDOT recommendation shaped by that input. The working group has met weekly since the meeting that we had last May, where really you gave the guys to, hey, let's look a little bit closer at this RUC. The bill is new, the concepts are new, and really what I hope that happens today is you give us some additional guidance and let us then continue to refine the study, to seek further input and see where all that takes us. A couple items before we start the brief. What you'll see in the brief is 2018 data. So why 2018? It's really because the timing differences between the federal and the state and the time it takes to wrap up all this information. The most complete set of data that we had was 2018. I would remind the group, and this just really became sort of clear as we were talking through it as a working group, that a RUC is purely a revenue collection method. Because oftentimes as we would talk this with people, they say, man, that RUC is really, you're going to ask for a lot of money. And I understand that that's a sensitive topic these days. But in the end, RUC is a revenue collection method, and the amount collected is a function of the rates that are assigned, and it's not the collection method itself that would raise more money. It is purely the vehicle. As with any program, we sought a 90% solution, and at this point, our goal is to be generically correct. No doubt if you approve the concepts that you'll see in the bill and in the brief, that additional refinement would and need to occur. All right, with that really being said as an introductory comment, let me then just ask the presentation to come up, and let's go to slide 2. And I tell you, if we aren't going to, maybe let's do this. If we aren't going to have the presentation, I think you all have hard copies in front of you, okay? Okay, and we'll just go to then slide 2. And let me just start here with some comments on this sort of whole discussion that we're having about alternate revenue sources. It's all based on need. And I think what you pay, one of the things that you pay me for as the director here is to take a critical look at our infrastructure, to take a critical look at our assets and make recommendations to you. And fundamentally, that's what's happened and what's got us here to this alternate funding source. But whenever you talk about funding sources, I do think it's important to go back to need. So I don't want to talk about every picture on here, but 2 to point out, if you look at the one on the right, I've showed that one to you before about the skylight. So that's the technical engineering term for a hole in the road, all right, in a bridge specifically, all right, because if you're below and you look up, it looks like a skylight. Bottom line is that was on I-80 on one of our bridges. We did emergency repair and it's fixed, but if you hit that on a motorcycle, it's a bad day. The other one that I really want to point out and talk a little bit is top left, because we really haven't talked about that bridge. But that's the bridge over Highway 22 out in Teton County over the Snake. And it's the bridge that heads west up over Teton Pass. And during an inspection here about 4 months ago, really we determined that it was not safe and that it had some significant damage. And it's scheduled for replacement in 2023 as part of the STIP process. It's well in excess of 50 years old. And but it's deteriorated really through, just age and really lack of some preservation, and it's load rated. So what does that mean? It means that it's negatively impacting the economy of the region and our state. And that's always my fear on these fixed assets that we have, is if they get bad enough, it starts impacting our economy. So this one, if you're a construction company and you're trying to haul gravel, half a load. If you're cattle and trying to ship cattle, right now we restrict you to 72,000 pounds. Normally you can take up to 80. That's 7 or 8 animals less that you can put in that vehicle. So you have to bring more trucks to haul the same amount. And so that it is just negatively impacting the economy of our state. The detour there is up over Teton Pass into Idaho and takes about 2 hours. There really is no detour. It's a single point of failure. And so that's just my concern, is that as our roads continue, as our infrastructure continues to deteriorate, I just fear that we're going to see more and more of that. And that's what this whole discussion is about. All right, next slide, please. Here's what I'd like to talk to you about today. And let me just briefly, sort of summarize the discussion, sort of in the elevator speech. Hey, we have a problem. We don't think we can cut our way out of it because the infrastructure we have has to be maintained. We've looked at multiple potential sources of income, and the one with the best long-term potential is a road usage charge, which treats roads like a utility, which is a significant paradigm shift. If you use it, you pay for it. It's very simple. Like any utility, you have to have a meter to use to collect the data. And there's multiple ways to do that. We'll cover them. The multiple ways are very technical to very simple. Like any utility, you have to charge a rate to sustain the utility, and you'll see the discussion of the rate. The rates that you'll see in this brief today are examples of what legislation could be, and then you'll see some actual numbers in the bill that that has been prepared. It is key to remember as we talk through this that nobody pays twice. That Wyoming residents pay a RUC and they receive a credit on their RUC invoice for the fuel tax that they pay, and that the out-of-staters pay fuel tax, because it was very important to us that out-of-staters continued to pay their fair share. And we wanted to try to maximize that. If you converted what we pay in fuel today to a RUC, the charge for cars is right at 1 cent a mile, okay, or about $10 a month. So it's pretty economical in terms of a utility. And, obviously, if you double that, then it'd be 2 cents a mile or $20 a month. Still what we think is probably fairly economical for a utility. That's a quick summary then of what we'll look through. Let me just, let's go to the next slide then, slide number 4. And here's the stats. Our percentage of poor roads are increasing, and our percentage of good roads are decreasing. And that's just the trend lines that we don't want in our state when you think about the key critical importance of our infrastructure. And so we at the department have very consciously shifted to a budget priority focus of preserving our assets. And it has delayed capacity and mobility projects. Not that we don't need those projects, because I think we do, but what we're saying right now is we can't afford them because it's a double hit. After you build it, then that infrastructure needs to be maintained. We could have, and likely did, delay some projects in your area, right? And we pushed out that list of 11 here probably about 2 months ago, but examples were Coffin South, so that was 5 lanes coming south out of Sheridan. It was the Sweetwater Grass 2-lane to 5-lane down here in Laramie County out by the community college and that development there. It was passing lanes between Casper and Bonita. Certainly all those that we think we need as a state for multiple reasons. But right now we're saying, hey, listen, we don't think we can't afford it because we're going to maintain what we have. And so that's sort of the real impact of those decisions there. I would point out, you've seen the $135 million that we've talked about in the past. And that number is still there. I did inherit that number when I came over here about 1.5 years ago and have asked an outside consultant to help us understand what maybe a more accurate number is. But for now, we got to stick with what we know. But I would anticipate that number would change. The other item to remember is if we need to collect, if we wanted to collect, if you approve to collect $135 million for WYDOT, then under current revenue sharing in our current statutes, what that means is you have to collect 201.5 million because the cost sharing agreements between municipalities and counties. Mr. Chairman, maybe we can take a technical break. I do see that we have that big block on the right-hand side of the slides, and I saw the note come up about, I have it as well. I don't know, Jesse, if we could restart it and see if it disappears.
Yeah, I don't have it on mine, Mr. Director, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, let's see if we can get rid of it.
Mr. Chairman, I do have it on mine.
Yeah, I saw it.
Mr. Chairman, I just emailed it to Jesse so he could see what we are seeing.
Let me check, gentlemen.
And committee, be thinking of some questions you've got. We're going to take a little pause before we move on, I think. See if there are questions as they come along. If you're okay with that, Director Reiner.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. I'm also okay by saying, hey, listen, I think you all have hard copies, and I'm certainly willing to just brief off the hard copy.
Yes, sir. I checked, Mr. Chairman, Director, I checked. It appears to me, I have the same thing, but I have people's pictures in it. It appears to me how you have your screen set up. It's showing a portion of speakers that are on. I actually see pictures in my portion of those blocks. I see the directors and Representative O'Hearn, and I think Chairman Eklund on my block. Mine's not completely black, but it's probably how you have your screen set on your computer itself. So do you want me to go back into presentation? Because I can't do anything about it from my end, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's on our individual computers. I'm in, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Jesse, do you have your participant panel open or your chat panel, either one? You got to close them if you do.
Yes, sir. I'll try doing that.
Can everybody see enough of the slide clip we're on to know where we're at? Oops, keep bouncing all over the place here. Because we may have to go off of slides rather than get rid of that.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, did that work?
I don't know. I didn't have it before.
Mr. Chairman, you just moved the box, Jesse.
Mr. Chairman and Jesse, if you go up to the top left-hand corner of the screen that you see with all the people's pictures there, you've got 4 little buttons on the top left-hand side. There's a small little dash line and kind of a smaller box. If you click on that small dash line and you can move that up to the top left-hand corner of your screen, that gets rid of all the pictures and just kind of keeps who's talking in line, and that's all you need.
Mine is clear now.
I think we're good.
Okay, well, we can move on. I guess a couple of comments I'd make. So being one of the old guys in this deal, I've been around 10 years. When 10 years ago, we were throwing tens of millions of dollars into the road. We were one of the lowest fuel taxes in the country. We had money to throw, kind of had money to throw around. We threw it around too loosely, but we were putting money into savings then. And part of that savings went into our road system and infrastructure for WYDOT. Then we passed the 10-cent fuel tax, which brought us up to where most of the nation, or most of the area is what I should say. And that was key to fuel taxes, having similar fuel tax as your neighbors. That brought the condition of our roads, I believe it would have been 6 years ago, I would say. The condition of the roads at that point in time was probably 90% good to excellent. And now in a few short years of losing ground, we knew we'd lose ground, but did not think you'd be at 135 million and maybe higher than that in shortfalls, revenue shortfalls for WYDOT to keep up these things. And so we're at 34% or in poor condition now. Third worst among states. Anyway, it happens pretty rapidly. And if we don't make some adjustments, I'm just saying everybody pay attention to this, because if we don't start making these adjustments soon, they compound rapidly year after year. When we had the problem of shortfalls before, we had the savings to throw into it. And we were putting money into it at that point in time. We're not putting the money, the 135 million bucks into it every year. So that's one observation I guess I would, has been most striking. And sitting in on a few of the Transportation Commission meetings, that became aware that we were losing ground pretty rapidly. I didn't know it happened that fast. Committee, any questions or anything you want to add? Okay, I don't see anything, Director.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jesse, next slide, please. Committee, you've seen this slide before. Just as a reminder, slide number 5, this is our revenue trend. Combined with our buying power. So you see that our revenue trend with the dark blue lines has really, leveled off since 2010. The yellow indicates really what our buying power is, and you can see the trend there. And that's really the impact of inflation. And so it's really on the construction side, it's been about 5% a year. And so that's our buying power. If you go to the next slide, then Mr. Chairman, you alluded to this, and you have been around to watch this. The red in the middle of these charts indicates state general funds. We did come off state general funds, finally in 2017. As a reminder, when we did that, there was an increase in vehicle registration fees, but again, probably not directly related to the amount that was not received. The light blue at the bottom indicates state funds. Certainly the gray is federal funds. You can see our ratio in 2019, 75% federal, 25% state. The average around the nation is about 60% federal and 40% state. And you might say, hey, why does that matter? Hey, that's great that we've got that much percentage coming from the federal government. We do really good on the federal side. Senator Brasso, I thank him all the time for his leadership and really setting the conditions up for rural states to really, we do receive, we're what's called a recipient state. We receive more money in federal fuel tax money than we put in as a state. There's some states that are pretty grumpy about that. But the relevance becomes is the federal money is, we've got to match it. And as you start pulling out the match to meet that federal money, it leaves very, very little state money to do state projects and to do all of the other items that we need to do with state funds. We have stopped putting in for some of the discretionary grants that take state funds because we don't have the ability anymore to match it. And so that's, again, a real life impact of where we currently sit with our revenue source. All right, next slide, please. So we often get asked, hey, why don't you just cut your way out of this? And so I'm in for being efficient and effective and as budget conscious as we actually can be. We have reduced our staff by 10% in the last 10 years. And a little bit more than that if you go back in history. And we're running short on people right now as a cost mitigating factor. Certainly you're all tracking that we closed 10 rest areas. And we already talked about the delay in our capacity improvement projects. This year, we delayed purchasing replacement vehicles. As you know, it's over $1 million there, and we just delayed it. And we are delaying maintaining some of our facilities, which always strikes me as dangerous. But the chart at the right sort of indicates the reason why delaying, and it's really hard to cut our budget in terms of roads, because the time to maintain a road is when it's good, and you've seen this chart before, and the deterioration curve of a road is pretty quick once it starts to go, and that's one of the things I think you pick up from the chart. And so you can sort of see the concept of you spend $1 in renovation while the road is good. It saves you $4 or $8 as the road continues to deteriorate, and you got to get in to fix it. And then if it goes to red and you got to reconstruct it, it's even more expensive. You can see the little note that says that TRIP estimates 34% of our Wyoming roads are in the fair to poor condition now. So that's sort of, you know, as you take a critical look at, hey, what's the best way for us to spend our money? You know, that's why we said, hey, we're going to focus on maintaining what we have, and those good roads, we want to make sure we keep them good. All right, and that becomes our focus. But we, you know, we were having trouble actually doing that now. Okay, next slide, unless there's questions on this one. Here is some data on your Wyoming highways, and I won't read it to you, but our estimate, you know, the 135 million, that's actually 115% more than what fuel tax provides today, and so just keep that number in mind, because one of the questions that was asked last time, I believe it was from you, Representative Crank, is talk to me about the left limit and the right limit, the low and the high. And so what you'll see in this presentation today, and what you'll see in the bill, is low is current, right? Which is 24 cents fuel tax, which equates to 1 penny for a car, all right, for a RUC. And what you'll see at the high is this 115%, or $135 million for WYDOT, $201 million extra total. That's the right limit. Obviously, legislative choice to leave it at 24 cents or a RUC of 1 penny, or the high, or anywhere in between, but that's the left and right limits. And I'll show you the specific effect on an individual here in a couple slides. But in terms of data, you can see the 2018 mileage data that was run in the state of Wyoming, just to get you some idea of scope. So 10.4 billion total miles driven. You can see what it is for trucks and cars, what it is for WYDOT maintained roads. Pay attention to the fact that in terms of out-of-staters, out-of-state passenger vehicles, about 15% of the revenue, and out-of-state trucks, heavy trucks, about 62%. So there is a difference in out-of-state between cars and trucks. Then look over on the right side is the revenue data. Is today we raise $175 million in fuel tax, and that's projected for 2020. And WYDOT keeps about 114 million of that, because remember, the rest goes to cities and counties. The split for diesel and gas is pretty close, 51-49%. You will see that those numbers again, because they become very relevant when you start talking about rates. You can see what WYDOT keeps in terms of fuel tax revenue. And I just threw it in because often we get asked, how much do you raise in vehicle registration? And it's $86 million. It is interesting, because we've had people ask, hey, why don't you just raise the vehicle registration? You say, you know, we could, you know, you could raise it by, you know, $50 a car or more or less. But the thing with vehicle registration is it impacts Wyoming taxpayers. And the fuel tax and or another road usage charge provides a nice way to capture income from out-of-staters as they pass through in terms of cost allocation. All right, next slide, please. So,
Director,
One of the things I'd kind of add there, we are already, compared with most of the states, especially the ones close by us, we're already higher in registration fees than they are. In part, that's the way our tax structure is set up. That's how our locals operate. That's how the state operates, is with a fairly high registration and licensing fee that a lot of states are cheaper. And if we raise that, we have people cheating on it and registering vehicles out of state. So, and I just get tired of hearing about the complaints on the cost of that. I try to explain that, well, we don't have income tax, other things that most of the other states that are cheaper do have. So that would be another problem with raising the registration any higher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been actually sort of fascinating as we've walked our way through this, because you start saying, hey, how do other states do this? Because as you start looking at raising fuel tax, then you start comparing fuel tax rates to surrounding states. And really, surrounding states have lots of, various ways of funding their roads. Oftentimes it's from their state general fund or from some other funding source. And so when you start comparing these real specific, registration fees or fuel tax fees, it's almost an apples and oranges things, because you got to look at the tax structure. It's almost in its entirety as a state for how they fund the road. So good points. As we looked at alternate revenue sources, certainly we looked at additional fuel tax. And well, just as a reminder, we started with 50, and I think I showed this committee that list of 50 last fall. We narrowed it down to about 9, and then we narrowed it down to about 3 that we considered, the potential to raise, $2 to $4 million, $2 to $400 million. The first was fuel tax. It certainly would be a significant impact, but the issue with fuel tax is the increase in miles per gallon and conversion to electric vehicles. And it is rapidly becoming a tax of the past. It's decreasing. And the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about that. We looked at sales tax, and because you could raise that through sales tax, but in our mind, we did not pursue that hard, although you'll see an option in the bill from LSO that really says, hey, here's some other alternate ways that we could raise revenue if we so desired, if you so desired, and we didn't want to do a RUC, or do it until you got a RUC. But the sales tax, we didn't think would be guaranteed for transportation, and certainly if it was passed, we thought it'd go somewhere else in the state. We did consider vehicle registration increase, and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate those comments, and we'll let them speak for themselves. We certainly talked about vehicle sales tax, and again, 1% sales tax on vehicles would raise about $15 million. So not a huge source of income, and again, it shifts the tax burden from to in-state taxpayers. And then we looked at the RUC, and I think those points speak for themselves. But the deal there does not rely on fossil fuels. You can adjust the rate based on damage to roads, and you can adjust the rate to raise or not raise whatever we so desire, and it's good in the long run. There is I sinned, but not on purpose. Because as I was thinking through this and listening and reading some other stuff last week, it occurred to me that the alternate revenue source that we failed to put on here was borrowing. And so you can actually, and that came up as we looked at how other states fund their infrastructure. And there is a lot of borrowing going on in other states. And so if you look at, there's a couple of federal programs you can look at, and actually, we have the authority to bond in the state. And in my mind, I really discredited that as not the Wyoming way. And in each case, you borrow money now and you pay it back with future revenue. So very soon you're into the same boat. And as you look at other states, 30 or 40% of their federal revenue that they get, through federal fuel tax is already committed to making loan payments. And so if the committee had some other questions on borrowing, we could talk it, but it's not on this slide because we actually didn't go there. But as we were looking at, in the last 2 weeks since we produced these slides, other issues, that one was certainly out there. So if there's no questions, I'll go to the next slide. And this one's on fuel tax. And we sort of, already sort of talked this a little bit, but let me just say that the key spots on this side is really the items on the right. So since 2010, we've increased the miles traveled in the state by 9%, and our buying power has gone down by 19%. Here's an example. My wife just traded a car 2 years ago, and she had one that had 28 miles to the gallon. And we were pretty happy with that. But the one she's running now, and it's an all-wheel drive SUV. It's not huge. It's over 40 miles to the gallon. And so while that's great for the Reiner household, it's not great when we look at putting money into roads for the state of Wyoming. And that's happening across the board. The advent of electric vehicles is real. I've seen some estimates that by 2030, half the vehicles that will be sold, will be electric. I'll sort of believe it when I see it, but it's certainly out there in literature, and it's certainly out there in sort of this advancing of the battery technology. And so I do think you sort of have to pay attention to that. And in my mind, I went back to, some of the case studies we did in my old profession, right? And this strikes me as a significant paradigm in how you fund roads because of this effect of miles per gallon and electric vehicles. It strikes me as going from horse cavalry to tanks. And people could never imagine getting away from horses and having a horse charge. But you know what? It happened. And we went to mechanical tanks. Battleships went to aircraft carriers. Blockbuster went to Netflix. And so I just see that type of change coming. And that's why while fuel tax is good for us for a while, in the long run, it is a tax of diminishing returns. All right, so that's that background, and then that gets us to why a RUC. So let's go to the next slide, unless there's any questions on this. Okay, so what is a RUC? And this is a review of what we talked about the last time. RUC treats roads like utilities. You pay what you use, and if you run a mile, you get paid a mile. It does some of the advantages. Certainly, it provides for parity within a group for what it costs to run on the road. So an electric vehicle would pay the same as an old, V8 powered sedan that we had in the 70s. And it certainly allows us to charge different rates for different classes of vehicles. In terms of, if it's a utility, it has to be metered. The meter is a way to collect the mileage. There's technical ways and manual ways. And 2 slides from now, we'll talk that. It can supplement or replace fuel tax. As a reminder, our working group recommendation is, actually WYDOT recommendation is for Wyoming vehicles, Wyoming users, to credit fuel tax, so you replace it. But for out-of-state users, they pay the fuel tax, and that's how you keep parity between the two. And certainly in the long run, we see this as the direction to go. All right, next slide. So review of some of the misconceptions. This misconception about privacy. there, and about Big Brother will know where we'll be all the time. So we'll look over the, the metering methods, and they certainly go from very complex and technical to very non-technical. Here's the policy decision that was made that you'll see in the bill, and that is if there's a driver who selects a technical solution, that account will not be managed by the state, because we don't want any appearance that the state would even know where you are. So that would be subcontracted out to a third party, which is otherwise known as a CAM, or a commercial account manager. The CAM would be hamstrung by the agreement that we work with the Attorney General in terms of the data that's collected and the data that's shared. And all data on that is anonymized. It's sort of like your E470 account. It is account number and miles driven is what would be reported to the state of Wyoming in terms of money. So there's nothing that would associate it with an individual. There are some, and so that's probably enough. I have become very comfortable with the privacy issue as we've talked. I know it's still out there as an issue. The non-technical choices leave no doubt that nobody can track where you are. The other thing to remember is on the technical solutions is that you can turn the GPS on or off, or you can basically say to the GPS, I want you to geofence Wyoming, and then you only know whether you're in Wyoming or out of Wyoming. And we can talk more about that if you so wish in a couple slides. There is a misconception that rural drivers are unfairly penalized. That was a big one for me because of our state and where many of us live. But the study actually was interesting in terms of rural drivers actually drive less because they plan their day, and it's not multiple trips into town to get milk and drop the kids off and pick the kids up and go to soccer practice and whatever we do. There is discussions that it's expensive to deploy and administer. Right now, the estimate is 5 to 6%. We know that higher volumes will reduce the cost. And then we are always asked, hey, don't you have enough funding already? And I'll tell you, we are still trying to work through that. But I know as we started with the need that we are not adequately maintaining the infrastructure as I think the residents and taxpayers of Wyoming would expect. And again, we've got an independent need. I just asked a third set of eyes to come in and do a critical look at what we've got going on and report to me. I think we've asked them to be ready to be teed up to report to you at the November meeting. All right, that would be the RUC misconceptions. So unless there's questions there, we'll go to the next slide. So here's the ways to report a RUC. Basically, working from left to right is technical to non-technical. So on all, the proposal would be that all solutions would be offered to a customer. And so that you can pick and choose based on what works for you. A technical solution we would see reported once a month. And that's really, again, the meter to collect the utility. If you don't want to use anything technical, then you can use really the two on the right, which are send in your odometer reading once a month. And that's how the bill would be issued. And I would expect, obviously details be worked out, but a true up once a year during time of registration. And then the permit block is even simpler than odometer. It's buy a sticker to drive 10,000 miles. And when that, runs out, go buy another one. And again, as we talk through that as a group, the concept there would be an annual true up, with an odometer reading at time of registration. But that's really the metering methods that are out there, and you can pick and choose whichever one you'd want. What you'll see in the bill is a requirement to have at least one technical and at least one non-technical.
So
Okay.
Committee, do you have any questions? I do, Mr. Director, if committee doesn't. So what I don't understand is how the calculation is going to be made on a vehicle for redeeming their fuel tax. People of Wyoming could use the odometer reading. I presume you put down what model and make of car it is, and there must be some average on fuel economy, how much gas was used, how much tax was spent, and how you balance that thing out, because the Wyoming people will be paying the RUC, but not the fuel tax. Have we got a method? This seems kind of complex, and so I'm
Mr. Chairman, let me actually let's Jesse, if you go forward to slide number 19, we'll just talk it now, and then we'll just come back in the brief. Actually, slide this one. So Mr. Chairman, this hopefully will answer your question, because I know that question was asked the last time we put this in here. So let's just walk through the invoice on the left. So this would be a notional invoice for the month of January in 2020, this year. There's your account number, no name. And what you're driving is 2015 Chevy Cruze. And with a certain license plate number, which obviously isn't on here. The miles that that vehicle gets 30 miles to the gallon. I know we haven't talked RUC rates yet, but remember I said at currently our RUC rate, if you just go straight with miles per gallon right now, or state fuel tax, the RUC rate is a penny a mile. So that's what this is calculated on. Your RUC rate is a penny, and 24 cents is the Wyoming fuel tax. So that's the data on that top portion of the invoice. Then you slip down to the bottom, and in the month of January, you ran 350 miles. All right, and that was calculated from your onboard device. And what we know is that a penny a mile, that cost is $3.50. So that's the charge, is $3.50. Now, if you flip over to the right portion of that invoice, there's the question that I think you asked me about, how does the fuel tax credit work? So to run 350 miles at the average EPA rating for your vehicle at 30 miles per gallon, that means you used 11.67 gallons. And at 24 cents a gallon, that means your credit is $2.80. And so your charge would be 70 cents for those 350 miles that you ran. And that's really pretty accurate. I mean, if you converted from fuel tax to RUC today under these parameters, that's how it would look. If you ran an F-150, which gets, I think, what, 17.5 miles per gallon, maybe it's a little bit better than that, then the fuel use calculation changes. If you're driving, and so these invoices are based on the fuel used is based on the average federally recognized miles per gallon for your vehicle, and that's how it's calculated. There's no need for anybody to track what you bought at a pump. It's all calculated based on your average miles per gallon.
Okay, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, if you use the electronic solution, does it actually correct for that miles per gallon? Like you're saying the F-150, they rated it at 17 or 18, but you actually get about 14. So does it correct that if you're reading the actual electronic information?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that's a great question. I don't think I've heard that one asked. We could probably ask Mr. Mike Warren to talk about that, but everything we've talked about so far has been We're just going to use the average EPA per mileage, and we're going to, because the issue was, hey, let's keep it pretty simple. That would be a technical rules and reg question that can be worked out. But right now, certainly we were going down the roads as just average miles per gallon.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Director here, just quick question, just to make sure I'm understanding. If we use the averages, the rule of averages, we know that we're going to have some on either side of the bell curve that are going to be, driving very slow and getting very good gas mileage, and they're ultimately going to be penalized. But you're also going to have some on the other side of the bell curve that are going to be driving around with lead foots and basically be getting away with dumping excessive amounts of fuel onto the road and not paying for that. So while I see this as probably the more fair and equitable way to do it, I also see that this stops the notion of, if I go to the fuel pump and I fill up, I'm not going to pay near as much if I've got a lead foot and I dump, $10,000 worth of power information into my truck or into my little car, and I've got it burning at a quarter of the rate that the EPA says that I burn at. Is there any way to have this is where I start to have issues with this particular program, is I just don't know at what point we start to just say, okay, well, it's fair, you guys are doing this, and we trust that what you're doing is correct. Is there any way that you can verify that what the people are doing, very similar to what Senator Anderson just said, that if you've got the technical portion of it, I can see them getting the driving information. But if you've got a non-technical information and these people have a souped up F-350 that's dumping and getting 2 miles to the gallon, these people aren't paying their fair share. So has there been any discussion about what will happen with that in the future?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, we talked about that a little bit, and I think that's where you say, hey, at the very beginning, we said we want to be 90% correct, and so the number of people driving souped up F-350s getting 2 miles a gallon is pretty small. And when you start taking a look at 700,000 registered vehicles in the state of Wyoming and out-of-state vehicles that could potentially join, the law of averages wins, and it's close enough. And my recommendation is don't worry about it. If we opted to go down this road and your guidance was, Reiner, worry about it, then we'd have to worry about it. But again, our solution here was to keep it very simple. There is a reason that the federal government kicks out average miles per gallon. It averages at, and I suspect all of us drive differently on different days. If you're in a rush, you probably drive faster. And if it's Sunday and you're probably driving slower. And so our approach was, let's be generally correct and hit the major part of the bell curve and not worry about some of those outliers.
Okay, a question I would have, will this, so we have the 2015 and we have fairly new vehicles. We have an idea what the fuel economy is on some going back into the 80s for sure. And maybe, or will it just be an average on that size of vehicle on the highway?
Mr. Chairman, that's a technical question for me. I believe that the standards EPA goes back a long way. Let's see if I think Mr. Mike Warren is on. He can probably answer that for us.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Warner.
What I was going to ask you, Director, was we're going to double the fuel tax or possibly double the fuel tax. So that'd actually be a credit on this 2015 Chevy Cruze.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, if you double the fuel tax, our recommendation would be to double the RUC rate. And so they'll increase in tandem. Now, I would maybe suggest, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, that I've got a couple slides that will talk us through that. So maybe we could hold that question and look at that specific because that is actually one of the beautiful things that you can do with this is change some of the ratios. But I'd like to talk you through, I'd like to go back and maybe work our way up to there sort of logically and get to your question, Mr. Co-Chairman, on that.
Okay. And my apologies, Mr. Director, for kind of getting you out of out of sync, but these are.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Representative Obermuller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at this chart that's up here now, and on the right side of that chart, you're looking at the 2015 Chevy Cruze, and I just want to make sure I understand the chart, and I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Representative Brown was talking about. If you look at the miles per gallon at 30, your RUC payment, the way I understand it, your RUC payment goes down as your miles per gallon go down. And so as I work the numbers, I asked myself the question, where is the break-even point of miles per gallon that matches what I would pay if with the RUC? You understand the question I'm asking myself there? So in my quick calculation of that, if my calculation is correct, and maybe it's not because I've done it quickly here, but it looks like that at around $11, 11.17, I mean, those miles per gallon, I mean, 11.17 is where the amount I paid for fuel tax would absolutely equal what I would pay under the RUC system. So the point is that I'm getting to is that if a consumer has gone out and bought a car with a high mileage, just a very basic, let's take it down to the kind of the lowest level. Family goes out and they buy an economy car, and with the idea of trying to save as much money as possible, and they bought that car that has 30 miles per gallon. Now at the end of the year, they're going to get a RUC charge, an additional amount to pay for driving that vehicle. But a person that doesn't worry about that kind of thing, that likes hot cars and sports cars and drives an Audi A6 Sport that gets 12 miles a gallon, pays no additional tax at all, the way I understand this. So it hits an element of the society. I mean, you compared it to bringing electric vehicles up. But when you look at that basic level of economy cars, all of a sudden you're shifting to a tax system that brings that group of people up to the level of a person that doesn't worry about it, that drives the hot car. Am I missing something in that analysis, looking at it that way?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Overmiller, again, I think this is where you go back to the law of averages. There is a charge per mile to run on the road, and what you pay in fuel tax gets credited to that charge. If there was, and that's based on, your average miles per gallon. So to some extent, you're correct. But in the end, you can tweak the rate to adjust for that. Again, this is concept, and or you can through policy say, hey, if you get 10 miles a gallon, we aren't reimbursing you for anything. Maybe there's a bottom line on reimbursement for fuel tax, and that would alleviate the issue that's there, and you could tweak the policy to take care of that issue if that was indeed the case. Mr. Chairman, go ahead, sir.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you. there's, as I'm thinking through it kind of real time now, there's a policy issue here regarding incentives for people to conserve and buy high mileage vehicles. Basically what we're saying here is we're taking that off the table. We're not going to incentivize buying high mileage vehicles anymore. That'd be true. That there's no incentive cost-wise to buy a high mileage vehicle. That's going to be on the same par as buying just buying something that runs on, a powerful engine that gets 12 miles a gallon. There's really no policy incentive for conservation. Would that be true in this case? Do you have anything you want to add to that idea, Director Reiner, or you can just let it stand there, I guess?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Mill, I have to, contemplate that policy issue a bit. I can see where you're going there. And I think, if somebody says, hey, let's continue to study this more, that's sort of one of the, that's sort of one of the reasons you keep talking this is, hey, what about that? And if that is a policy issue that we want to tackle, it certainly can be tackled, because the reimbursement is for based on the average miles per gallon, and so to some extent, that's a good point. In the end, it would be nice to completely get rid of fuel tax, but remember, the reason we aren't is because we got to capture out-of-staters, and so that could be a ripple effect of that policy decision, because there's not a way to capture out-of-state vehicle usage right now. And so that's an interesting twist you just put on that we'll have to, we need to think through and say, hey, until we can ditch a fuel tax, which down the road I see us having to do, then that's probably a policy issue that we could look at to say, hey, all right, how big an issue is this, one? And then two is there an easy way to address it? Because I hear the notion that's there.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Director Reiner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative O'Hearn?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Director Reiner, doesn't that change in the categories on the road usage charges in the Wyoming State Statute 248203? Wouldn't that be affecting that? So you still get a credit for having a better mileage car that gets better mileage, because it's changing in the categories on what you're charging in the road usage charges. Isn't that where you're affecting that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative O'Hearn, it's not the change in and that's where you go back to what Representative Overman was talking about. You can always adjust the rates. Right now, our rate recommendation is split into 6 motorcycles and ATVs, cars, pickups and vans, and then 3 levels of trucks. And so that's the variation. And again, we kept it pretty simple. You could change the stratification, right? And so again, those become policy questions. And the point today again was to, hey, let's look at the concept. And some of these specific questions here, those are rules and regs and things that can be tweaked. If that answers your question there, sir. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I might suggest maybe we go back and work our way back forward, because there's some building blocks here.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. My apologies again for getting us out of order on things. I'm sure we'll have more questions as we go along with this, but go ahead and continue with your charts.
Mr. Jesse, if you go to the next slide, please. Hey, this is just a quick review of how the process works. So the data is collected, and it's like any utility. You collect the data from one of those methods that we just looked at. You process the transaction. It goes to an account manager. And in the bill, you're going to just as a reminder, there's two types of account managers. The state or a SAM, the state account manager, will handle non-technical accounts, and a commercial account would handle anything technical for those privacy reasons we just talked about. The bill goes out and it's submitted to WYDOT. So that's the big process. You know, part of the discussion is, hey, this is complex. To which you say, you know, we collect a lot of fuel tax, and it's very transparent. I mean, it's very simple to the people who pay it at the pump. The guys who work through the process is all of my staff, and because there's certainly in issues involved there, and I don't see this as any difference in terms of complexities. So let's maybe flip to the next slide, please. So let's just look at some key assumptions, and this may answer some of the questions that some of you had. So the key assumptions after, you know, really guidance from last time and talking with our stakeholder group is all Wyoming vehicles are enrolled in a RUC. Out-of-state users will always be offered the opportunity to join the program. And that is very important for one of the concepts that I'll talk to you about in a little bit. And there will be few, if any, exceptions. There's a couple that we have to make to terms of this. Hey, if you use the road, you really should pay. There's a discussion of the categories of vehicles and how we split it out. All right. So, and I already talked those. And trucks is single unit, your standard, then tractor trailer, and then a multi-trailer. The RUC charges would apply to any maintained road. So that's county, city, or state. And there's no change in revenue distribution as is compared with the current fuel tax. You just thought, you know what, somebody very smart made a decision years ago, and we thought we'd just leave that stand. We will offer, the assumption we made is we'll offer various mileage collection options, and we already talked that. And again, all technical solutions, third-party managed. We do seek to maximize out-of-state contributions, and that's, I'll walk you through how we do that here in a sec. And part of the out-of-state contributions and road tax is an increase in fuel tax. And I prefer to call it as a RUC parity charge, because Wyoming taxpayers don't pay it because we're going to credit. But what it is, if you're coming in from out of state, is say, welcome to Wyoming. Here's our fuel tax. And we have a RUC parity charge because we have a RUC program in the state. And it takes the form of an increase in a fuel charge and fuel tax. And so those are some key assumptions there. I think we've talked most of those already. Let me just see if there's any questions on those, because there's key information there.
Yes, Chairman Flater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question, and you may have answered this already. I'm sorry. The technical solutions managed by a third party. What do you mean by technical solutions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Jesse, if you go back to that slide, please. So, Mr. or committee, Mr. Co-Chairman, if you start on the left, that's the most technical of all solutions. So that's a plug-in device that plugs into your car, and it reads your odometer and can report electronically to the commercial account manager, you know, how many miles you run. You can turn the GPS on, or you can turn the GPS off on those technical solutions, so that it can know where you are, or it doesn't have to know where you are. The advantage of it knowing where you are is if you're running in Wyoming, then you get charged for Wyoming miles. But if you go to Colorado or Nebraska or somewhere else, you don't get charged for those miles. The GPS option there could be very specific or very general. For example, you could geofence Wyoming, and then the computer says, is Luke in Wyoming or out of Wyoming? Oh, you're in. Okay, you owe us. Or it could be, I'm driving on County Road, 52 or State Highway 30 and know that. So that's the technical solution. That's the most technical of all solutions. Then certainly you can have an app on your mobile phone, and that would be a technical solution. And your phone knows where you are all the time right now anyway, at least for most of us. And so it would be using that application in your vehicle. And then the other technical solution would be, an example of that would be OnStar, that really has an idea where you are and can report that in. And that was the question, I think, about the onboard telematics, about could you use actual miles per gallon driven, which is a good question, which we've taken, as a policy type question. So those, Senator Von Flateren, would be the 3 technical solutions on this page, and then the 2 on the right would be the manual options.
So, Mr. Director, we would, if we were using the manual options, I can kind of see this happening, at least at first, especially with operations that have multiple vehicles and they don't have the device that tracks where you've been. The road user would have to keep track of the miles spent in Wyoming as well as in Nebraska or Colorado or neighboring states. And that would have to be sent in and separated out somehow, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's a policy decision. Our assumption right now is no. If you buy a block at 10,000 miles and you go to Nebraska, you're going to pay for that mile in Nebraska. And that's the advantage of a technical solution, is you don't do that. And that, as you look at, hey, what option works for me? That becomes the difference. Is, if you have a vehicle that you always use in Wyoming, those permit blocks are a great choice. If you don't, if you go to a lot to other states, then a technical solution is better.
I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, but I'm curious what the costs are to retrofit the technical solutions into the vehicles that don't have them.
Mr. Chairman, basically, my understanding is you can't. So 2004 and before does not have an OBD2 port. So you would have to use a mobile app. I'm not even sure there's OnStar and something before 2004. If there is, you could use that. Otherwise, you're forced into a technical solution. So the policy question I just heard from you, which we'll capture, is, do you want to allow people to, some sort of sworn affidavit about, hey, I went out of state and I don't want to pay as much.
Okay. All right, I guess we're ready to move on.
Representative McGuire has a problem.
Oh, Representative McGuire, hello. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would simply recommend to the good director that this would be a great time to institute some policy insofar as that there are going to be requests for information. For example, somebody who's in a contested divorce and maybe they want to know where their spouse was. So obviously that would not be information that would be readily shared. There are going to be other requests. For example, if there's a terrorist incursion or if there is a law enforcement issue, just like with the Apple telephones a couple of years ago, is that information that we would be willing to share and or who with. So I would simply recommend that better to do it now than later and develop the policies as to who's going to have access to the information and under what circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, I agree.
Any other questions or?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Senator Anderson, hello.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on page 15. Next to last bullet point says out-of-state road user will pay the current fuel tax I understand that they're just buying fuel and they're paying the current and they'll pay an extra RUC parity charge. How are we collecting that RUC parity charge? And if we can collect the RUC parity charge, why don't we just collect the RUC?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, so the RUC parity charge, and maybe I shouldn't use that. I mean, I personally like the term. It's an increase in fuel tax. So if the key discussion in how this whole program is arranged is Wyoming residents do not pay. I mean, are credited for the fuel tax that they pay. Out-of-state users are not. If you increase the RUC to raise revenue, then I call the corresponding increase in fuel tax a RUC parity charge. It would show up as fuel tax on the pump. So it's purely a terminology issue is all that is. But I think for me, it serves to remind me that here's why we're collecting it is to ensure that out-of-staters, because your guidance to me has been, make sure you collect money from out-of-staters. And Senator, that's really our method to do it, is to charge this RUC parity charge, which is an increase in fuel tax. Mr. Chairman, shall I move on? I see a question.
Somebody have a question? I'm not seeing anyone on the screen. So speak
Yeah,
now.
Representative Blake here, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Yeah, Director Reiner, most of the states I've followed that do this, it's all a voluntary pilot program right now. Oregon's been doing it since 2015. And I see one of the assumptions is that all Wyoming vehicles will start out. I think if you looked into just having a voluntary program to start out with to see if it's going to work instead of going full tilt on this.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, that's a great question, and the answer is yes. And if the legislature's guidance was, hey, we'd like you to do a pilot, then I think a pilot would be fine. We talked to Oregon, we've talked to Utah, we've talked to multiple states, and we have consultants on board. As we talk to them, all those entities, the pilots in those states have proved it works. Pilots by themselves, because of the lack of volume, end up costing us money. None of those states, Oregon or Utah, is making money on those programs. It costs them a significant amount of money. I was hesitant to suggest to us as people of Wyoming that we have a program that costs us money, specifically today in this budget environment. And so my recommendation was, hey, we're small enough. Other people have done a pilot, and this is coming at us in the future. So, let's take a look at it. In terms of timing, is let's say this thing passed, and the timing you see is in the bill is it passes next spring. We can't turn this thing on immediately. I would ask for at least a year because there's a lot of rules and regs and policy issues that'll come up in discussions like this. I mean, we picked up a couple today, which is why you do interim studies, right? Which is why you look and expand the group discussion to alternate, stakeholder groups and bigger stakeholder groups. And so it would take us at least a year to start implementing it, which is 22. And I would see implementation. My recommendation off the cuff is that it takes a year to implement it, because I would recommend we implement on month of registration just to control volume. And so there is not implemented until 23. So I think there's a lot of rules and regs and pilots and discussions that can be had in that time frame with all of the control that goes with rules and regs and legislative oversight. That our recommendation was, hey, let's go for it. We have 700,000 vehicles. I talked to Utah. They're 3 point some million vehicles. And so it's a size and scope thing too. Part of the pilot will be, in my mind, the advantage would be really helping people accept the notion here in the state. But the process works, as other states have described. Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
maybe we move to slide number 17 then. I think that's the slide we're on, or 16, Jesse. Yep. So there's a lot of moving pieces on this slide, but actually it's pretty simple. And Representative Crank, this is a specific slide to answer your question about left and right limits. So let me walk you through this slide because there's some really important guiding principles for you as the legislature to think through on this one about how it would work. But I'm going to start from the top and work down. And so this was done before final rate calculations. So this is still illustrative numbers, but they're pretty close. All right. And so, but that's what the might is on here. So if you take the top banner, the current revenue that we receive from fuel tax is $174 million. And WYDOT gets about 114 of that, all right, at the split. So that's the left limit. That's what we took as the smallest because that's current day information. Off on the right in red is what we set as the right limit. And that's the $135 million extra for WYDOT, which is $201 million in total. You add that to the 174 and you get $375 million. It's 115% increase. So it's basically a double. Now you might say, Reiner, you've lost your mind making that a right limit. It's the right limit. And remember, you could pick anything from 10% increase to 20% increase to 30%, but that's set for us the limits. So before we talk the yellow boxes, drop down to the blue and the red. And because the notion there is very important, is right now, gasoline provides 49% of the revenue and diesel provides 51% in terms of total fuel tax collected. And you can see in the black and the red off to the right of gasoline and diesel, then what that share of the left and right limit would be. So, you know, gases from, you can see what they are. All right, so now why is that important? That is important because that has been described as your current legislative intent in terms of cost share between cars and trucks. And so, and because generally cars use gas and trucks use diesel. Now I know there's, you know, I have a diesel pickup and it's good, all right, but generally it's gas cars, diesel trucks. And so, and why is that important? So right now, cars get an average of about, 24 miles a gallon, trucks get an average of about 5. And so the implied legislative intent is that trucks pay about 5 times as much as cars based on fuel mileage, because fuel tax is the same, 24 cents gas, 24% diesel. And that concept, as we set rates, that concept you will see again and again, which is, and that's because we think that's current legislative intent. You could certainly change that as you look at RUCs, which is part of the beauty of RUCs. But if you wonder, hey, Reiner, what were you thinking when you set these rates? That's where it came from. So if a RUC rate for a car was $1, then it's close, a penny, then it was close to 5 pennies for a truck. And you can actually see in the box to the right, this example is 4.5. So you'll see that in the rate. So now let's go over to the left-hand yellow box, which is the average car. Now that's the Department of Energy report. Again, we use federal data so that we were consistent across the board. The average car in this nation drives 11,470 miles. The average car gets 24.2 miles per gallon, which means today, the average person driving their car for a year pays $113 in state fuel tax, less than $10 a month, okay? That's what you pay for to be on the roads. That's your contribution. The equivalent RUC rate there conceptually is 1 penny per mile. All right, so that's the black. That raises $174 million. That's less limit. That's today. So now in that same yellow box talking about cars, let's talk red. That's the right limit. Okay, that's what if you increase the rate to raise extra revenue, what happens? So if you increase it to the right limit, the average car would pay $243 in fuel tax. And the RUC rate that corresponds to that is 2.1 cents a mile, which sort of makes sense. It's 115% increase. So you go from 1 penny to 2.1 pennies. Some of the other states, what somebody asked about the other states, they're running somewhere between 1 and 2. I like 1.8. I think Utah's running in cents. So that's the left and right limit. And then you can see what the left and right limit is for the average pickup. And then you can flip over to the far right and look at it, what it is for a Class 8 truck, which again is a standard tractor trailer. Okay, illustrative only, concept-wise only, rates are close to what you'll see. It still assumes that all fuel tax is credited for Wyoming and no admin costs are involved here. And it keeps the same, it keeps the income portion the same between trucks and cars. And it also, so there's that. Okay, questions on this? Because otherwise we'll move to the next slide then. But conceptually, hopefully this answers the questions of left and right limit and what happens, you know, if you increase the RUC. Now, I would point out that if you increase the fuel mileage, if you increase the fuel tax, the concept is the same. It costs people more money. So on the next slide then, this is how we propose maximizing out-of-state revenue. And so we would see it as key to implement RUC and the RUC parity charge or increase in fuel tax at the same time. They have to happen at the same time for this plan to work. And you pay the RUC parity charge at the pump, and it's reimbursed if you're in state. If you want to keep the RUC revenue neutral in terms of what it is today, then you could actually convert to a RUC rate and leave the fuel tax the same. If you want to increase more revenue, then our recommendation is increase the RUC rate at the same percentage as you increase the RUC parity charge. And then that treats in-state and out-of-state payers in parity as it currently is. All right, so that's an important concept for out-of-state, is they pay fuel tax, in-state do not. Let's go to the next slide then, because actually we already talked this slide. Let's go to this slide. And this is a pretty interesting slide because it's really, I think, important conceptually to walk your way through this because of some of the options that this would give us as a state. Again, would be based on legislative guidance here. But we'll walk from the top down, and let's start with the small black fuel pump at the top. And so this one keeps parity with what we have currently going on, and with no rate increase, no RUC rate increase, and no revenue increase, but would convert just to a RUC. And so that would mean that you leave fuel tax at 24 cents a gallon, and a car RUC is a penny, a pickup RUC is 1.2, 1.3, and a truck is 4.5. Raises $174 million. And those are actually very close to what that would be. That's, if you converted today to a RUC, that's what those numbers would look like with no increase to raise the amount of money. Now, you might be actually thinking, would it even make sense to convert to a RUC and not increase the fuel tax? I'll tell you, unless there's a fuel tax, increase in the near future, you would actually fund roads better if you converted to a RUC because of the advent of increased miles per gallon on cars because less fuel is bought. So let's jump down to the big red box fuel pump in the middle. So what this demonstrates is the right limit. So this is, the small black fuel pump was left limit. The big red fuel box is right limit. That increases the RUC rate by 115%. It increases the RUC parity charge by 115%, and it raises $201 million. And there you'd charge a RUC parity charge of 27 cents per gallon. All right, so that would be a 51 cents you're paying at the pump in terms of fuel tax plus the parity charge. A car RUC is then 2.1 cents per mile, and you can see what the rest is. But that raises a total of $375 million. And as we said before, that's the right limit. You could choose, if you chose to raise income and if you chose to do it in this fashion, you could increase it by 50% or 40% or 75%, whatever you were comfortable with, or none. All right, so that's increasing parity. So, but let's jump down to the bottom boxes, the bottom row. And the concept there is, because part of your guidance to me was talk to me about out-of-staters and making sure we can make out-of-staters pay. And here's one of the things that you could do with this option. You could increase the RUC parity charge or increase the fuel tax at a greater percentage than you would increase the RUC charge. And so you would shift burden to out-of-state. And this example walks you through that. So in this example, we're going to say we're going to increase the RUC rate by 25%. So that takes a car from 1 penny to 1.25 pennies. All right, that's the increase. And you can see what it is in pickups and trucks. And it increases the RUC parity charge by the same, by 50%. So it increases the RUC parity charge or the fuel tax by 12 cents a gallon. So now you're paying 36 at the pump. People in Wyoming get reimbursed, out-of-staters do not. And the burden then is shifted to out-of-staters. Now, you remember that one of the key assumptions I made at the start of this was that out-of-staters will be offered the option to join our RUC. This is why that's so important, because if they don't want to pay extra, they can join our RUC and pay less.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The total revenue figures we're looking at on each one of those boxes, is that the total revenue to the state, or is that the total revenue that will be split with county and city?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, that's total. That would be split out. And we tried to do that for consistency because if WYDOT gets a 50% increase in revenue, so do towns and so do counties. Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's really part of the discussion here about the power of this option. If you flip to the next slide. We've been talking about this as a utility. And so I did ask the guys to do a comparison for me. I said, hey, what do we actually pay in utility charges? The top row across is where Wyoming ranks. We're 42nd in terms of average utility costs, and you can see what they are. The bottom left-hand box is the national average for utilities. Now you'll see a couple of them have two asterisks by them. They're the same as Wyoming. The source we used, they anomalized all that. And so it almost became water, internet, cable became really almost irrelevant in terms of national of the state. But it's close enough for this illustrative purpose of of, that's what the average person in Wyoming pays for utilities. And then we're talking about roads, key critical infrastructure that we use every day. And it was like, hey, if we're going to treat it like a utility, how does it compare in cost to other utilities? The explosion in yellow, that's utility costs at the right limit. So today it would be half of that. So today for roads, you pay, if you're a car, you pay about $10 a month. If you're a pickup, you pay about half of 28.19. So that's just sort of a discussion point about what are our roads costs and how are we paying for it, and why are our bridges falling apart? They're sort of part of that discussion. All right, let me just flip to really the final slide then, before we get to the bill and questions. But here's sort of some final thoughts. After 6 months of this, the study on alternate funding sources, and in terms of recommendations, is certainly we could increase fuel taxes, and I think there's some justification to do that even now, even if you decide to do a RUC, because a RUC implementation is not tomorrow. But in the end, fossil fuels are going away. And so we recommend that we take a serious look at RUC, and we think our way through that, and then that we look at doing a fuel tax increase in the short run. Within, what do we like about a RUC? Certainly, it within groups, it maintains parity. And so that it really treats everybody the same in terms of what you pay for the road. And it certainly in our manner, it captures out-of-state users. Eventually, and I don't know how soon, I would envision a national level RUC, or at least a regional RUC. But until then, there's just no way to capture out-of-state users. And so the increase in the fuel tax was the only way that we could really come up with doing that. So that's sort of the thoughts on the RUC. In terms of increase.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, on page 19, go back to that slide. Could you, would you be willing to expand that last piece in kind of a Excel format, just to show how those calculations actually work, comparing in-state, out-of-state, to see how, so I can just visually see what you're talking about how the out-of-staters are going to be paying more than in-staters. There's just too much information in a small box here. If you could expand that to show the comparative numbers and send that out to us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmill, with pleasure, sir. That we can get that. And in fact, we might already have one like that built.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then really going to the bottom half of the slide, as we take a look at the issue of WYDOT, and I understand, it's a sensitive topic, especially today, but as we look at the roads, our analysis right now is at least 115% increase in revenue, to fix the problem with our roads. And, every little bit that we do is a little bit towards that goal. And would certainly recommend that we take a serious look at that revenue requirement. Like we talked about, if we delay, our costs just rise exponentially. And I, you see the bullet there. I do think it's fiscally conservative for us to maintain what we have, because it's less money in the long run. In our proposal, certainly no users pays both. A RUC user, pays RUC, and an out-of-state payer does pays fuel tax. And what I like about this is, as you looked at some of the other funding sources, they shifted the burden to in-state residents, and this certainly does not. I'd see there's a question though, Mr. Chairman. I'll stop for a second.
Representative McGuire, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my pet peeves, and I only have a very small number of pet peeves, but one of my pet peeves is, especially in the summertime, we see a lot of construction companies come into Wyoming and they're running pickups and construction vehicles and things for days and days and days without paying any kind of licensing fee. So I'm just curious if within this package, the good general director might think about a way that we could pick up some of these people who are working in the state and are not complying with our licensing requirements and add more revenue to the state. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, we will take a note and follow up on that. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm not sure who just, I've only got a partial screen. I'm afraid to touch this thing for fear of.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. It's Rep Brown.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, quick question for you. I keep seeing a whole bunch about fuel tax and everything else with this RUC, but one thing I haven't seen mentioned, and I think Rep McGuire kind of just touched on it briefly here, is the licensing costs that we have seen. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. You're looking at this and all the models that you've been showing us. This is not adjusting any of the licensed vehicle costs that we have seen over the past couple of years that we've adjusted up. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, that is correct. Under this model, there is this is purely raising revenue by either increasing fuel taxes, or in this it's a road user charge. It does not take into account other options. Now, what you'll see in the bill, and which is an alternative, is options to increase a bunch of other stuff to raise revenue. But this was the assignment to me was tell us what a RUC looks like, and so this is what a RUC looks like, and this would raise, for example, if you didn't want to raise a RUC by 115%, you could raise it by 50%, and you could raise other revenue through another means like licensing or registration or some other means.
Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up on that. Yeah. Director Reiner, I appreciate your directive, and I absolutely understand, and I do appreciate the amount of time that you guys have spent on this. So I hate to pour more into you on this, but what I would like to see is a potential view on this, because what I'm going to hear from my constituents immediately, if we were to move forward with this, or if this hits the paper tomorrow and this committee decides to move this bill forward, or any of those things, is, well, you guys just raised money for WYDOT 2 years ago. Is this going to be in conjunction with, are you guys going to be raising more fees for, or is this going to be in replacement of? So something that I would like to see, if we could, is maybe an idea of, if we were to reduce those license fees that we just raised, what we would need to put into a RUC in order to compensate for that loss of revenue. Because I don't want to see us. One of the things I think many people know about me is I understand the plight of state government here, that we need to find some revenue here for some of the state government sources. But I also don't want to see us every single time somebody turns around and needs $100 million or $50 million, we just up this RUC. We just up. I want to know where we can expect a baseline and what that is going to do for you guys for the next 5-10 years. And if that means getting rid of some of the stuff that we have put into into existence for our citizens over the past couple of years. If we're going to put this on out-of-staters, let's put it on out-of-staters. Let's try to reduce the costs that our in-staters are doing. So if you guys can do that and maybe get that back to us before the November meeting, that would be helpful for me.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, we can certainly do that. I probably will visit with you offline a little bit on that, because the options are almost endless in terms of, but I think what it starts with is the definition of a need and a definition of where do we want our roads to stabilize. Right now, we know our roads are getting worse. And so it all goes back to, what do we want in our roads? Because we are pushing, really, we're trying to push to preserve the road assets that we have. And so that I think that becomes the underlying issue. So, I mean, if you want to say, hey, WYDOT, we're willing to think about, we'll increase your revenue by 30 million, then that could be a combination of a multitude of ways. And so I think that becomes certainly it's legislative choice in that matter. I think the last thing I'd hear to say here is, really, in my mind, there is potential in a RUC in the long run to have a consistent source to collect whatever revenue the legislature would so desire for the maintenance of roads. It's a mechanism to raise revenue. And I think that's, to some point, your point there, Representative Brown, is the RUC doesn't increase taxes. It's if it can be a mechanism to collect taxes. But what it does for us, it does in the long run provide a stable, really a tool to treat roads as a utility. Certainly we think we know this is an ongoing interim study. We know there's continued work to do. You've all made some excellent suggestions and feedback today, which I think we incorporate into continuing to study what we have going on here. And so really, Mr. Chairman, that concludes this portion. Pending any questions, and I think we can let Ms. Jarvis walk us through the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Just another quick question. I think Rep. McGuire touched on this earlier, but I wanted to verify here. One of the things, since we're kind of here to the end, one of my biggest concerns about this is the privacy. And Director, I know you said you're feeling more comfortable with this. However, myself and I know of at least a few other people that have contacted me about privacy on this. So what kind of safeguards do we have on this for identifiable information that if somebody's accused of a crime, they can come to the state and subpoena the records of their driving record to find out where they were at on a particular date and time, or find out where their vehicle was located? That's not something that's readily available to a public records request. I understand that. But if there is identifiable information available, what type of mechanisms do law enforcement have with something like this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, I would say that is would be a policy that would need to go into statute. And I think that was Representative McGuire's point earlier of, hey, listen, we need to pay attention to this privacy stuff and make sure that it's supported in law. Now, I know that the state will not have that information because we already have determined in our recommendation that we will not receive data at all about where people are. So then that would be a request to a third party and the commercial account manager. What we see is the agreement with the commercial account manager will be cast in stone with the state attorney general, and we'll work through that in the contract negotiations. And that would cover soup to nuts, certainly privacy and what can be released is there. Now, if you have a federal or a state, court order in terms of a warrant for that information in terms of what we watched happen with Apple. So that's a good thought, a good question, and I think that's when you say, for the note takers are taking a note, and we may need to throw that into a bill, if you so choose to do so, that would address that, and that would be how I would recommend you do that.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up on that, and it may not be for the director here, but maybe just as much for one of our attorneys. So if we were to put into statute that this information is not legally accessible by law enforcement for any of this type of information, but that holds true in our state, within our state borders. I would assume that our commercial account manager is not going to be located in this state. I don't imagine that we have somebody in this state that's capable of doing that. What can we do inside of this bill draft when we start looking at this? And this again goes to Josh and or Heather. What can we do to assure that our citizens' information in the state of Wyoming is secure and not capable of being utilized in another state if a law enforcement agency wants to go after that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, Representative Brown, yeah, I think that's a good point. I don't know that we have anything like that, in place for other types of information, just in this digital age. I don't know that we've gotten to that. So certainly something we can look into and see, if there's a good model of how to protect that type of information.
Yes, just to respond to Representative Brown, since we have so many different other methods of being able to track those miles, whether it be any of the non-technical methods, I would imagine people who fear that privacy would select one of the other methods, even to the point of just buying the miles, but with a certificate. But I also, while it's probably not identical because of the federal laws, it's probably akin to mobile phone information and how it's held and protected. Now, obviously, that's on there's some federal FCC laws that we don't have here, but I see that kind of information kind of similar, although I'm sure there's more protections on the federal side. But I think people who really fear that the ability for the state to spy on them and to be able to somehow easily glean that information from the companies that are collecting this data from us, I think those people would just choose a different method.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I think we're going to take a break before we start into the bill. If we have other questions when we get back, we'll field those before we start the bill as well. So about 20 after 10, we'll be back. I believe most of us are back. I think we'll resume the meeting. Were there any further questions from the committee? Okay, not seeing any. I think we're going to dive into this bill. It'll be presented by Josh Anderson, and Heather is out ill right now, so Josh has reviewed it a while back, and I think many of us have read it, so go ahead if you're ready, Josh.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So this is 21 LSO 104, working draft 0.4. As Chairman Eklund said, I reviewed an earlier version of this some time ago, so I'm somewhat familiar with it, but tried to go through and give myself a quick update here. So I'll try to do my best, but I'm surely available to answer questions. Getting into the bill, starting on page 2, this is creating a new article in chapter 8 of title 24 related to highway funding, creating a series of new sections for the road usage charge. Section 201 is definitions. First definition is a commercial account manager. These are going to be private entities selected by the department to manage payer mileage reporting information and collecting those payments. Over on the page 2, the department is the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Payer is a vehicle's registered owner or lessee who's responsible for payment of this charge. You'll see highway is defined in the same way as is in Title 31. Road usage charge, of course, is the per mile tax or a flat tax that's charged to the payer. A state account manager is an entity created by the department to oversee administration of this program and to manage the accounts for collection of these charges. Over on to page 4, Mr. Chairman, a vehicle mileage metering system is a mechanism to measure the number of miles a vehicle is driven. And then you'll see the next definition is vehicle categories. Category 1 is motorcycles and multi-purpose vehicles. Category 2, passenger cars. Category 3 is pickup trucks and vans, including gasoline and diesel powered. Category 4 is Federal Highway Administration Class 4, which is buses, through Class 7, which is 4 or more axle trucks. Category 5 is Class 8 through Class 10 of the Federal Highway Administration, which is single trailer trucks. And then Category 6 is Federal Highway Administration Class 11 through 13, which is 7 or more axle multi-trailer trucks. See, there's a staff comment there. One of the questions that didn't know if it was clear was where would SUVs fall within this, or crossovers. And then also a van is not used elsewhere in statutes. And so there was a question about that. Into section 202, this gives rulemaking authority to the department for prescribing reporting format and forms for the reporting of mileage and the assessment of the road usage charges, as well as the credit for fuel taxes. And again, normal language that has to comply with the Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act for adoption of those rules. Over to page 6, subsection B. This is where the department would create or hire a state account manager. They would be the responsible entity for collecting road usage charge payments and managing road usage charge accounts on behalf of the state and depositing funds into the highway fund. Subsection C is where the department would contract with one or more private sector entities to serve as commercial account managers. Again, these would be entities that would collect road usage charge payments and manage accounts for individual payers, and would charge those accounts on behalf of the payer and deposit the funds into the state highway fund. Over on page 7, it specifies that a commercial account manager would be able to provide value-added services to payers and may collect data from those payers with their express consent. It specifies that those commercial account managers can compete with each other for road usage charge payers through the use of technology and value-added services. And there, again, the comment from staff was, would these managers be able to charge a fee for those services? I see Senator Anderson has a question.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, it looks to me like on page 6, line 20, it says they'll collect the funds and less any agreed upon administrative costs. I'm assuming that's the administrative costs for the commercial account manager. Does that not cover that, Josh?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think what's envisioned there, Senator Anderson, is that the department would have some kind of agreement that they could, these managers could retain a portion of the fees they collect, which is something that's done for like sales taxes, etc. I think the question then we had was whether they would charge a fee to the payer for any of these value-added services, or if that's all funded through that charge. All right, continuing on, Mr. Chairman, subsection D. These are some of the requirements that the department's required to adopt by rule, including ensuring that the state account manager not administer any account that is technology-based, but rather those being managed by a commercial account manager. Then rules specific to commercial account managers are that they accurately report data collected from tax or from the payers, that they use a vehicle mileage metering system to ensure accurate reporting, processing, and financial reporting, that they use methods for safeguarding and protecting personally identifiable information, that they convey all their privacy policies to the payers and obtain express consent to share any personally identified information, that they comply with Wyoming auditing and reporting standards, and that they employ any additional reporting or privacy practices that the department requires. And then in general, both state and commercial account managers are required to comply with federal and state data security standards and protocols. Over to page 9, requires that all reports and records of both the state and commercial account managers be open to examination by the Department of Audit. Mr. Chairman, section 203, this is where the rates are set. You can see the rates there for each category, starting at 1.3 cents per mile for category 1, up to 14.35 cents per mile for category 6. Subsection B on the top of page 10 requires the department to develop a procedure for non-Wyoming residents to use the road usage charge program and to apply that to out-of-state vehicles. Section 204 says that every X number of years, which would of course this committee would need to decide, would allow the department to adjust road usage charge rates to account for inflation. Section 205 says that over on the page 11, that they have to have either an option for a flat fee for the payment of this charge or according to the miles recorded, or both as determined by the department. Subsection B authorizes the department or requires the department to establish procedures developing how often a payer is required to be invoiced and make their payments. Subsection C is requires fuel taxes to be credited to the payer and reflected on that invoice. Subsection D is where these fees are distributed to. You'll see over on page 12 that this is currently distributed in the same manner as the gasoline tax and the diesel fuel tax. And if the committee wishes for some sort of different distribution, this would be the place to change that. Section 206, Mr. Chairman, this is where mileage can be recorded through either a technology or a manual option. And that it should be done through either the state or a commercial account manager. Subsection B at the top of page 13 requires the department to provide a choice of at least one metering system that does not require technology and one option that allows for unlimited travel within a certain time period. Section 207, these are the exemptions. Right now, there are two exemptions, federally owned or operated vehicles and tribal vehicles. Then subsection B requires the department to establish procedures for a taxpayer to apply to receive that exemption. And again, you'll see a staff comment there on the top of page 14 that if the committee wishes to provide additional direction on how a person may apply to receive an exemption. The next section 208, this is the interest enforcement, penalty, and liens.
Hang on, Josh. Senator Anderson, go ahead.
I have a question. Why do we want to exempt federally owned or separated vehicles or tribal vehicles? Why exempt them?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to look into it a little bit. I know we exempt federal vehicles from property tax. I'm not sure if they're exempt from the fuel tax. But we may have to exempt those. As far as tribal vehicles, that also may be a similar thing since they're different government entities. So I see Chairman Von Flatern has a question.
Chairman, go ahead.
If we're going to give back the fuel tax, how would you give back the fuel tax if you don't invoice these people like tribal vehicles or federally owned or operated vehicles? How would you do that?
So, Mr. Chairman, from my understanding, the fuel tax would just be a credit against what you would owe on your rate usage charge. And so if you did not pay a rate usage charge, you would still have paid that fuel tax. And it looks like Director Reiner might have more to add there.
Reiner, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just in response to that question about why those exceptions, because we certainly went down the road in the work group and we did have Attorney General representative on our work group. The short answer was we were told we could not, because our rule was, hey, no exceptions, and then, or no exemptions. And the word was, hey, you can't tax a federal government and you can't tax another sovereign nation. And so that was fundamentally, if LSO finds a different rule, we're in, but really that was the guidance we received early on, was stay away from those two entities. And that's why those are the only two that you see in here. Thank you.
So there's a probability that the federal government and the tribal vehicles would be taxed at a high rate, and there'd be no exemption on that tax, fuel tax.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. To the extent they pay it now.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, continuing on, section 208. Again, this is the interest enforcement penalties and lien section. I believe that this was taken pretty directly from the fuel tax and how those collections work as well. So you'll see there's interest of 1% per month if the tax is unpaid or the charge is unpaid. Requires or prohibits any person from knowingly operating a vehicle that's required to pay this charge without having paid the charge. And you'll see over on page 15, that would be a penalty of 75% of the unpaid charge plus interest of 1% under subsection A. Prohibits any person from making a false mileage claim, which is punishable by a fine, a misdemeanor with a fine of not more than $750, and imprisonment for not more than 6 months. Also, delinquent road usage charges and penalties are a lien on the motor vehicle. And again, that's, I think, similar to how the fuel tax works. Subsection D, the department established by rule procedures to manage compliance with these payments, and requires the state account manager, the highway patrol, and peace officers to aid in the enforcement of this article. Then subsection E provides for an appeal for any person aggrieved by a decision of the department pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. Section 209 over on page 17, this is related to program expansion. It requires the department to develop plans to integrate this program into a larger regional or national program if one is established. It requires those plans to include collaboration with other states and with the Federal Highway Administration, development of agreements to share vehicle registration and mileage data, with safeguards ensuring payer privacy, the implementation of additional privacy protections if required, and other information or items that are required by the department. Section 210 over on page 18, this is related to the fuel tax sunset, that it states that this charge is intended to supplement current fuel tax revenue, to reduce funding shortfalls, and then as the revenue from fuel taxes declines, this system is intended to replace fuel taxes and be the main funding system for the highways in Wyoming. And then it provides, requires the department to provide an annual report to joint revenue, joint transportation, and joint appropriations on several items, including the effectiveness of the road usage charge and to eliminate shortfalls, changes in rates necessary to cover any shortfalls, annual projections to related to the reduction in fuel taxes that are replaced by the road usage charge, and recommendations on a fuel tax phase out, on a timeline for that phase out. Also, the department's required to support regional and national efforts to implement the road usage charge on a large scale. Subsection B requires the department to make recommendations for the appropriate fuel tax rates once the vehicle road usage charge rates are established. It also says that fuel tax rates shall be indexed by rules consistent with 24.8204 to maintain alignment with the road usage charge rates. Then, Mr. Chairman, Section 2 of the bill requires the department to adopt rules not later than July 1 of 2021. And over on page 21, the rate usage charge would then go into effect on March 31st of 2022. I take any questions.
Committee questions? Yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just had a few questions. One, I was wondering why we're putting this in the bonding section of state statute rather than maybe calling it a tax, which is kind of provincial tax. Why we're putting under the bonding section rather than in the taxation and revenue section, and just what the implications are for that policy wise. And I was looking, I see that we have remedy under the Administrative Procedures Act, but there's specific remedy under the Fuel Tax Act for taxpayers.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, as to why it was put here, I don't know. I think, you know, if you look on page 2, it changes the title of this whole chapter from previously it was bonding, now it would be highway funding, with Article 1 being bond and Article 2 being road usage charge. Certainly would fit within Title 39 under the taxation and revenue, where the fuel taxes are now, if the committee wanted to put it there. So I don't know exactly why it was chosen to be Article 24 or Title 24, Article 8. But like I said, Mr. Chairman, I think it works here. I think it would also work in Title 39 and could certainly be moved there if that was the direction of the committee.
Okay, Senator Anderson, you had a question still? You're muted.
Yes, thank you. On page 16, line 21, it says a road usage charge may appeal the decision to the board. Do we have that defined somewhere, or is that what board is that they're appealing to?
Good question, Mr. Chairman. That might be, and I don't know if Director Reiner has anything. This could be language that was taken from the fuel tax, which would likely be the State Board of Equalization. So that might need to be something that would be defined for this chapter. I don't know if Director Reiner has any additional detail there.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good question. My sense would be it could also be. I think maybe let me see if you're okay, Mr. Byrne can help us with the definition of that, because I think you're right. That came from the fuel tax, and it could be Mr. Rossetti has an answer to that. If not, we need to take that for research.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Dennis Byrne, Chief Financial Officer for WYDOT. If it was mirrored to match the fuel tax, it would be the Board of Equalization, but I can't speak to the intent here, so we will need to understand the intent. But if it is to match the fuel tax, it would be Board of Equalization.
Oh, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same page, it says that department may bring suit, page 16, line 8. Department may bring suit to any county, any court of competent jurisdiction. Would that include out-of-state courts?
Mr. Chairman, likely not, just because the charge would be due for driving on Wyoming roads. And so likely an out-of-state court wouldn't have jurisdiction about that. And again, that language is likely mirrored from the fuel tax enforcement provisions.
Representative Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would wonder why you would even do that if this has got a part in it where you actually pay the fuel tax and then you get the fuel tax reduced from paying your RUC charge. You just keep the fuel tax and don't get the thing back.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I quite understand the question there from Representative Crane.
Well, and I may have this, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Josh, I don't know why this is even in there. How somebody's delinquent if you're going to refund them back their fuel charge when they pay their RUC charge. The other option is just never refund them back their fuel charge.
Mr. Chairman, I think, it's a separate question if they, this would be for enforcement of the RUC. And so if they aren't paying the RUC, this would just give the department a method to go through and collect that independent of any fuel taxes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman.
So this would also, because I think the RUC charge is always going to be slightly higher than the fuel tax. That is reason that we don't give the fuel, or we wouldn't credit the fuel tax back, because the RUC charge would be a little bit more.
Okay. Director Reiner, you have something?
Mr. Chairman, I concur with with Senator Von Flater and with the co-chair on that regard. Representative Crank makes a good point. At the worst case, you'd be a month in rear, and then whatever little excess you've got. The question is, what's the remedy? I'm not sure that's going to be a huge deal, but the co-chair is correct.
Okay. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you. This question goes to Josh. What in the fuel statutes do they talk about the second and third time that you make a false mileage reporting or something? I mean, what happens the second and third time that you do this? Page 6, page 15.
Good question, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to look it up real quick right now and see if I can find if it has anything on the second offense. Quick look right now. I don't see that it's addressed for second or subsequent offenses. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right now that there's anything special for additional offenses.
Okay, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to go back to page 4 and all the categories that are defined. And I'm wondering if we don't use weight as a defining factor for these categories, or if we use type of fuel, so diesel or gas, to kind of bring in the SUVs and the vans and that sort of thing. So for instance, my husband has a 4-wheel drive diesel F-350 van. So it's my opinion that he should pay more than I do for my minivan, given the wear and tear on roads.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd defer to Director Reiner on these classes and how those were decided.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Newsom. So I tell you, we did spend a considerable amount of time kicking around categories. And in the end, we settled on 6, knowing that there is a variation in those categories. We could have more categories if that was, the direction that was given. But for our, initial blush on keep it simple and keep it generic, really it was, hey, let's break these into big chunks. And so that's why we settled on the 6, because relatively, the pickup and the van would be close to the same. Now, if we've got, a minivan, maybe that's the discussion, maybe that's a passenger car. And so maybe that gets into sort of the discussion of exactly, is it a big van or a little van, could be one of the discussions. But there had to be some way to break it apart based on the damage to the road, because you're exactly right. That's where we went. We tried to stay away from weight, because weight is really, there's a lot of pushback when we started using weight, because then you got to weigh stuff. And so really settled on the federal categories, and which is largely defined by axles. And because axles really then determine how much weight you can run. And so we thought that was close enough for us. If it was the desire of the legislature for more breakdown in categories, we could, but that was our initial take on, hey, this makes sense to us, sort of as a compromise between complexity, damage to road, and ease of installment. So the question in here about SUVs, I put an SUV in category 3.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I don't lose you this time. So I have a question on page 18 and 19. It looks like under section 24.8.210 fuel tax sunset, that we are looking to sunset the fuel tax and then go into the RUC as the total mechanism to fund our roads, and it says the shortfalls. And so I'm just wondering how this works right now and what this looks like going forward. So right now we have a fuel tax that's set by the legislature, and we do that on behalf of our tax-paying citizens. And then it would have to come back to us for us to change that. But it looks like here we're saying now the Department of Transportation can adjust the fees to address the shortfalls, and that they're just going to report to the Joint Appropriations Committee and to the Revenue Committee and to the Transportation Committee. Am I seeing that right? Are we now allowing the Department of Transportation to set those fees rather than the legislature? Could you explain that to me, please?
Director Reiner, I think that one's probably one for you or your staff.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, so that's a good question. So we spent a significant amount of time talking through that issue because really it'd have to do with sort of the indexing question. And so the shorter answer is no. We don't think you're given authority to us to tax or to raise revenue. What we see and what the legal advice that we received was that you, the legislature, sets a fee, and that was in whatever section it was, which, as a reminder, is the very right hand. Is the right hand limit, so it could certainly be less. I mean, but we had to start somewhere in the bill. But then that's the going in position, and then you say, hey, we know that over time the purchasing power of that decreases. So every X number of years, and X is not defined in here. I think that's for you to decide. You're authorized to adjust that based on inflation, consumer price index, and according to the rules. And so your guidance is we are not setting the rates. We're taking what you set and adjusting it for inflation. And I think there's a real difference there as we struggle through, hey, how do you do that over time so that it's an incremental step? I think there's over half the states out there now have some sort of indexing on the books. And so that was a big question for us as we worked with LSO to think through that, because we do see that as important. So our view was you were not delegating that authority down, but what you were doing was, here's the rate, and I want you to adjust it X number of years based on this criteria. So that's your guidance to us to do.
Representative Overmuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on page 9. Just again, wanting to make sure that I understand some of the minutiae of this. In category 2, which is passenger vehicles, the 2.15 cents a mile. So on the pump, when you go buy your gas, if that were in place, the tax be 51.6 cents.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmiller, that's correct. That would be involved there. So that would be, it's tax of 24 cents plus a RUC parity charge would be another way of saying that.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Is it fair to say that that on average, no one would get any actual money back when they file their RUC invoice?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmiller, that would generally be the case. I think there are some unique cases where there might be a small credit, but generically, it should be very close to a break even. That's the intent.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
So just when you peel all the layers away, what this bill is asking for right now is a 27.6 cent increase in fuel tax. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmiller, that would be, if you only use fuel tax, that would be the increase to raise the $201 million, 135 for WYDOT, and the rest for cities and counties. So fundamentally, that's correct. It is that here's the gap. How do you fund the gap using these mechanisms?
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our hope then is that the several years down the road, because all of the states would have to come under some kind of a road usage charge in which people would pay for the damage that they incur on the highway system. And eventually, even on the federal level, there would be the removal of the fuel tax. And that tax would no longer be there. The charge then would just be more than likely an even charge for what road use you use, just like the amount of kilowatts of electricity. But that's quite a ways down the road, more than likely, and we're in the preliminary parts of that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. This is sort of that awkward stage of there's no way to capture out-of-state users. So how do you do it? Well, you increase the fuel tax through and call it a RUC parity charge. Hey guys, and it goes back to the funding gap for our roads, and the issue is how do you raise it? You know, obviously, to Representative Overmiller's point on page 9, let's say that you said, hey, that's too big of an increase, then you could increase it by, you could drop those numbers, and there's a corresponding decrease in the amount of revenue that would be raised. So those numbers are directly applicable to the gap. And as I said, that would be the right-hand limit that we talked about on that one slide that had black and red. That's where those numbers came from.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Representative Overmiller. You're muted.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, you talked about treating this as a utility. A Wyoming citizen tries to control their utilities by cutting down their usage of things like water and electricity. So in this case, the way you would control this is by driving less, which would push down the revenue projections on this. Was that a factor you considered in thinking through the revenue part of this?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmiller, we looked at a couple things. One is if there's less driving, there's less damage. And so that should be a wash because the rate is based on the damage. And then I think the other question that we talked about, which is, hey, if you increase the rate, will people just simply not drive or divert? And the research from other states in the region, and we actually spent a significant time on this in the work group, and different people looked at it, was that there's negligible impact based on driving habits, based on increase in fuel tax. And all those sort of analyses were done on fuel tax, not RUC, because there's not a good model out there, but it was all based on an increase in fuel taxes. And so that basically the result was driving habits stayed the same. And so our analysis was don't fear that factor.
Thank you, Director Reiner. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Director, I guess one of the questions I was going to ask earlier when we were on the details of how you get these road charges, and a scenario I'd use would be my own. You jump into one car and run to a ball game. You park it. The next day you jump into one old pickup that you're taking to the field, and you use it for that day. The next day you're into a pickup with a trailer that you pull. All of these are pre-2004 vehicles. They don't have any OnStar or anything like that. And that could go on all week, and I'm trying to figure out how in scenarios like that, or the next thing that happened is one of the vehicles didn't make it home, and so my family had to drag me back home so we could repair it sometime this week. Anyhow, that's kind of the way it is in agriculture with quite a number of folks. Is there some kind of an app on the phone that we would have that would keep track of what vehicle we're in and how many miles we're traveling? And most of us don't have, well, we certainly don't have two vehicles to keep track of. There's like a dozen of them running at any time.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good, interesting question, and many of us would have, many people in Wyoming would have that issue. The first thing I'd say is the way this is conceived, it's per vehicle. It's a RUC per vehicle. And so in your case, pre-2004, and I've got a couple of those too, my recommendation is, hey, just buy a couple of 10,000, mile blocks, put it on the windshield, and then don't worry about it. Take care of it, when you hit that 10,000 miles and register it. So you just do it separate for each vehicle. I tell you, when I did talk to the stock growers about this, and there's great interest in this there, and on really, hey, how does that work? That sounds pretty cool. But part of the discussion there was to your point, hey, I got a bunch of rigs that I don't drive really on the road. They're farm trucks. And so we needed to work on a policy on that. And so that would be rules and regs, but I think there's some things you could do there by saying, hey, buy a 1,000 mile or buy a smaller one. And if you're outside and then drive it whatever you want, within a range of 10 miles of the home place. I think there's some there's some issue to have to work with vehicles that are farm trucks. All right, but again, I think that's something we can work through in policies and procedures. But to your question is, there is, every vehicle has its own program. It's tied to vehicles, not to people. And so, yes, you'd have to have an app on your phone for each vehicle if you choose to have an app, if you choose to have that. Otherwise, you could send your odometer reading in, but that, for busy people, I think that might become too much. And I can see people saying, hey, you know what, let me just buy a block of miles. I'm not driving those old trucks outside of Wyoming anyway. So, so that's probably the easiest solution. For us, for here on the policymakers, the issue is, hey, it's a utility, you're on the road. Somehow we got to have a way to calculate that and collect it. And all these disparate type things, that's what we just work through in terms of rules and regs. Did that help, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it did. I'm not sure what you do with the block of miles that doesn't get used up if you blow an engine and that's the end of that truck.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, what I suggest there is that you come in and hey, that one's blowed up. Let's transfer that to the new piece of equipment you buy. So I think it's all in the issue of, hey, what's fair, right? And in the end, it's did you use the road or not? And if we did, then how do we calculate it?
Okay, I may have Representative Newsom. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question about if you buy a block of miles and yet you go to the gas station and you're still paying fuel tax, do you get reimbursed, or how? If it's 10,000 miles and $2 or $2.15, so you paid $215 for a block of 10,000 miles, but yet you go to the gas station and still pay fuel tax. How does that work?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, in that case, when you buy your 10,000 mile block, you actually you're ahead of the system. So we know you're buying permission to drive 10,000 miles. We credit you with, I think the example was 233 miles. I'd have to look back, but we credit with you. The proposal is for what you will do. And so actually you're ahead of the government until you run through that whole 10,000 miles. So in that case, when you go pay to the pump, you're actually paying the government back, because when you bought that 10,000 miles, we credited you with the amount of fuel that you will use. And so when you go pay the fuel tax, you're basically paying the government back.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Another complication that you probably have thought of and worked through is a lot of agriculture guys and others buy fuel tanks and fill them up for off-road use only, like diesel fuel or gasoline. So they're not taxed on that, and the fuel they're putting in their vehicles is not taxed. Have you decided how you'd handle that? They would not be on the road as such.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, for the dyed diesel, if it's going to your tractor, there's no change. So that just needs to carry on. If you're taking your agricultural vehicle though, like your tractor trailer, and putting it on the road, then we think there is a charge because you're providing wear and tear to the road. So that would be a change.
Senator Anderson, the vehicles, the cars and diesel pickups and whatnot, they all have clear diesel, so they pay the tax. That's a dyed diesel that has the exemption. And then there is an exemption on some of the fuel. If people choose to get a fuel exemption, it's a percentage of what you might be off roads and off highways, and that's predetermined. It's predetermined now, so I'm presuming it would be after the new RUC charge came into place. Oh, are we,
Mr. Chairman, I realize that that dyed fuel is not supposed to be used on the road, but I know that many times the patrolmen open the tank and look in and it's dyed fuel. So there are exceptions to that they use that fuel all the time. So just something else to be aware of.
and I think you can get ticketed for that too and fined. I presume you can. So committee, I guess we're ready to decide what we're going to do with this.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mary Beth. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you do have some folks for public comment, and I'm going to go ahead and admit them now.
Sorry, I just about jumped the gun out of order. So why don't we start with finishing the procedure that we should be in. Go ahead, Mary Beth. Go ahead and put whoever's on in the bullpen, let them on.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like you have Commissioner Smith, Sheila Fortish, Katie Legursky, and Mark Larson.
Okay. Well, I've got Katie first on my screen. Katie, would you go ahead and speak with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Katie Legursky. I'm the Executive Director for the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. We understand the need better than anyone except for WYDOT on the importance of additional highway funding. We do not oppose the theory of a road usage charge, since we believe a vehicle mile tax is the fairest way to pay a user fee for our roads, highways, and bridges. However, we do have some concerns and questions with the current application of it. The concept is simple, but the devil is in the details. We believe the process of the road users work group was rushed and that there's more time that is needed to work on the details. Therefore, we would be in support of increasing the motor vehicle fuel taxes and to continue the work group for the road usage charge at a more deliberate pace so we could take a closer look at a vehicle mile tax for the state of Wyoming. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Yes, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Katie, what level of fuel tax are the contractors willing to support?
You know, we haven't got, oh, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Representative Obermuller, we are willing to support almost any additional fee in fuel tax because we do understand that we do need additional funding. One of the questions we always struggle with the road usage charge is that if we're raising the fuel tax to be at the same level as a RUC charge, why aren't we just paying a fuel tax then until there's a regional or national RUC? So we believe that, you know, that's a pretty fair way to do it. But as far as increasing the fuel tax, we really haven't gotten into the details, but I would believe our membership would support almost any amount.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would answer part of that. The fuel tax won't affect electric vehicles, and we've got, we're building electric tractor trailer rigs that will soon be on the, if they're not already on the highways. So the fuel tax, that's part of why the fuel tax is going away, that and the fuel economy. Go ahead, Ms. Legursky, if you have any more to add, go ahead.
No, Mr. Chairman, I sure don't, but thank you.
Okay. Let me see here. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mark Larson with the Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association and Convenience Store Association. For Representative O'Hearn, with the licensed fuel distributors who collect the tax remitted to the state, and because many of my members own convenience stores, we also represent convenience stores. I want to thank Director Reiner and Jesse Kriechmeyer and the staff at WYDOT for endeavoring an impossible task of 5 months coming up with a program that is not put in practice across the entire state in any state at this time. We recognize the difficulty as we were going through the working group of many of the issues and trying to nail those down. We're very cognizant, the petroleum marketers are very cognizant of the fact that MPG is going to be diminishing our fuel tax, as well as the EV condition with them not paying anything above the license fee that they are paying now on an annual registration. Unfortunately, we were a little upset last year when the inflationary fuel tax bill, the 3 cents a gallon that we thought was just keeping up with inflation to help stop some of the bleeding and taking care of our roads, was defeated. And as we all know, Congress continues to kick the infrastructure can down the road. While neutral on the bill today, WPMA believes that road use charge will be the future. When you look at some of the congressional reports and other reports, it seems to be the answer, especially when you look at some of these other alternative fuels that are coming down the road, like fuel cells, et cetera. But can a single state effectively? Well, that's the decision you all are deciding today. As the committee has found out, there's an awful lot of moving parts in this issue. And in the 5-month period, we were not able to close all those loopholes. But again, we sure appreciate the director and the consultant trying to get us to where at least we are today. But the decision, as far as the petroleum marketers is concerned, is going to be yours. Regardless of the funding mechanism, the board had long discussion about this. Something must be done to stop the trend of our roads diminishing in condition and requiring more and costly repairs. The deterioration curve that you saw in the director's slide is very real. It's used in multiple states, and the longer we kick the can down the road on funding, all it does is increase the cost of repairing our roads from $4 to $8 from what the cost would be just to maintain them. We continue to support the fuel tax increase along with the contractors and the truckers. And we also point out too that that fuel tax increase is the most effective way to collect a fuel tax. It's a 1% charge. We understand that tolling was way up there, and that the RUC is going to have some incremental charges of between 6 and 7% in order to collect and remit that. Currently, we believe that there is room for fuel tax increase, and whether it's in concert with a RUC or a standalone. In reference to Senator Steinmetz's discussion on indexing, the committee did receive a paper, not an opinion, but a paper from the AG's office. WPMA continues to disagree with that in believing that indexing is a function that you all do, whether you get instruction in a bill that is implemented many years down the line, but we'll have that discussion at a different day. So again, thank you to WYDOT for doing this, but right now the petroleum marketers are neutral. We do believe that a national RUC could work. We do believe that a RUC is the future, but in getting there does not get us to the point where we need to fund our highways today. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Committee?
Thank you, committee.
No, hang on. Representative Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Larson, do you know if it's possible, and it may not be, that when I pull in and charge my batteries on my electric vehicle, that I can record how much charge was put in them? Basically, how much did I fill up my batteries?
I'm gonna have to admin, but could you hesitated in the middle of that? You had a broadband glitch. Could you ask again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
My question is, and I don't know if this should go to you or not, but if somebody pulls in to fill up an electric vehicle, I assume when they charge their system, there's how many watts of power, or how many amps they put into their battery. Is that recorded anywhere? Or, I mean, is that a possibility going forward?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Larson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Crank, yes, the the technology is advancing rapidly on the EV charging stations, and there are currently 3 options to marketers today. All of those have the ability for the customer to put in a charge or just a contactless on their phone that would, and the charge is preset for the amount of time that you use and whether you have a 240 system or another system. Again, it's going to be implicit on the vehicle's ability to accept an advanced charge or a rapid charge. If we do a quick time charger on down to what is currently the norm today, that takes a lot more time. Yes, to answer your question, there are ways to record that and to charge accordingly for the amount of time that is utilized. For the petroleum marketers and the convenience stores, obviously it's not, doesn't take 2 minutes to fill up your car, it does now. A charge is going to require anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes on the high charge rates versus the longer time. And that, of course, takes up parking spaces and time that we're going to have to figure out how to do that in the future. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Mrs. Fordish, would you like to comment on behalf of the Trucking Association?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is Sheila Furch with the Wyoming Trucking Association. Like the 2 previous speakers before, my members are not opposed to a road user charge, as long as every road user pays, and as long as the rates are reasonable, and as long as it's implemented where it's not overly burdensome for either the state or for the users. Excuse me. We would prefer a regional or national road user charge system. It becomes very difficult for motor carriers who operate in several different states to keep up on administering and complying with different systems and different tax rates in states where they have to do it individually. So that's one issue that we have. We've not taken a position on this bill. My board meets on Wednesday. There were just too many unknowns. We didn't yet know what the rates were. I hate when certain levels of rates are discussed early on, and then those are the rates that those people keep in their minds. And I wasn't willing to put rates that may not be what is actually proposed into my members for them to discuss and take on that type of a position based on what might happen. So certainly we look forward to continuing conversations about a road user charge. I think that it has merit. I think that in the long term, it is the solution. We're just concerned with a lot of the complications right now.
Questions? Okay. County commissioners, would you like to?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Kelly Little. I am the Deputy Director at the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I'm joined by my colleague, Jeremiah Riemann, who is the Executive Director here at WCCA. I'd first like to thank Director Reiner for including the counties in the alternative funding work group that he's been facilitating over the summer. As partners in building and maintaining one of Wyoming's most valuable assets, our roads, we appreciate being a part of this process. As I know you all are aware, our major revenue source for road funding, the fuel tax, is producing exponentially diminished returns, and some users contribute nothing. With the price of road construction and maintenance increasing with inflation, we have known for many years that there is just not enough to go around to maintain our vital road infrastructure. This lapse in maintenance has begun and will continue to show real pain in the ability to travel the state in safety and in our state's ability to grow and diversify our economy. Wyoming's paved county roads, speaking strictly on county roads, have shown the effects of this lack of funding over the past 6 years. In the most recent data collected by the Wyoming Technology Transfer Center at the University of Wyoming, 70% of the paved road segments in the western part of the state in 2017 were in poor condition, according to the Pavement Serviceability Index, or PSI, which evaluates the overall condition of the pavement from the traveling public's perspective. In the eastern part of the state, which was measured in 2018, the PSI showed 67% of county road segments in poor condition. But paved roads only account for 16% of all county roads in Wyoming, meaning 84% of county roads are unpaved. Although we don't have a gravel management system similar to the pavement management system that I just referenced, the Wyoming Technology Transfer Center conducted a study several years ago to estimate the cost associated with gravel roads. At that time, it cost $150,000 per mile for a total reconstruction or rehabilitation of a gravel road, and $30,000 per mile for a less intensive re-gravel and buildup. According to the same study, other costs include minor drainage repair at $15,000 per mile, dust control mitigation at $7,000 per mile, heavy blading and reshaping at $1,250 per mile, and light blading routine maintenance at $250 per mile. All of those numbers would need to be adjusted for inflation over the last several years to get the current costs. Bottom line, Wyoming's county roads need additional attention, and that takes resources, and the cost to maintain and build them is high. I'd like to make it clear, similarly to speakers before, that we have not had time to thoroughly review and consider the draft legislation, so we have no policy position on the bill draft. However, we do support funding for roads and consideration of alternative funding. We understand that a RUC is a novel and foreign concept, one that will take time and education for people to understand and accept. Many of our members agree that the logic is sound, the idea of paying for usage of roads like a utility. We know there are difficult questions to still be answered concerning a RUC. Our own members are asking those same questions. However, today we are asking this committee to not dismiss the idea of a road usage charge out of hand. The work of the work group this interim has been tremendous, and our members would like to see this option as fully evaluated and given due consideration. We do not think a point has been reached where the concept should be dismissed. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Committee questions? Okay, thank you. Oops, we've got one here. Stan, Representative Blake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of like the idea that we need to get going, but do you think it would be better to have like a pilot project to start out with using just electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles to start? I know they pay a flat fee already, but I'm just concerned. I was just wondering what you thought about that, as the county commissioners thought about that. Starting out small, hopefully the feds will step in, or a regional program. But do you think it might be better to start with a pilot project with volunteers or electric or hybrid vehicles? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Representative Blake, I think not like the idea and the concept of a pilot project would be appealing to county commissioners. But I think we also have the same concerns as Director Reiner, that if it's going to cost money, that's less money for roads. So the trade-off, is we'd be able to have data and kind of an introduction into the state of this idea, but we worry about just, the real lack of funding and the ability to pay for a program like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I think our transportation committee would like to weigh in on this. Phil, are you representing them? I'm presuming it's your turn.
Yes, well, thank you and good morning. And as stated, I'm the commissioner for District 7 and was also a member of the RUC working group. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank those legislators that have listened in on our meetings and such, in the attempt of trying to get firsthand information about the challenges that WYDOT's facing. The issue of proper funding for our infrastructure has been an issue ever since I have been a commissioner. That's only 3.5 years. And Chairman Eklund mentioned he's been on for 10 years. And my understanding in networking with people is that funding for infrastructure has been a dicey issue for a number of years. And although this need for transportation fund hasn't changed, it's obvious that the world around us has changed and those collection types are changing. The paradigm shift is amazing to me. I never in a million years would have thought that Tesla was going to trade for $2,000 and have a stock split. And that's a company that, for goodness sakes, doesn't make money. I don't understand infrastructure requirements for electric. I don't understand how power grids can take it. And what I'm learning is that it really doesn't matter what Phil Schmidt thinks. This is coming, and some of the articles that I read show it to be another one of the great disruptors of our society. I think batteries are going to continue to get better and the like. What you have in front of you, what the director provided you, in my mind, is a very responsible summation of RUC. It's not a final exact work product. A lot more work would have to be done to make this a responsible revenue generating tool. It's been touched on, but I will tell you as a recovering car dealer, I'm reminded about a GM ad that was done years ago where another bald guy made a comment about pay me now or pay me later. And folks, I'll tell you what, my former industry is pale in comparison to what we're seeing happen with the roads. And it's one of those things where I see us in a situation of severe drop off. Going back to my former profession, there's been a lot of talk about what to use for mileage and such. And I appreciate the director's comment. There's going to be a lot of outliers, folks. And if anybody wants to look at outliers, come to my warehouse where I can show you some cars that aren't known for fuel economy and the like. I would suggest to you that if the state is interested in establishing policy for fuel economy, that they need to do it on the other side of the spectrum too. I heard earlier there was a concern about if it's a situation where those people with an economical car are having to pay more, is that fair? The caveat I would throw out is I think that ship has sailed, because if you're going to look at fuel economy, then I think that you probably need to look at the other end of the spectrum and say, for all those young kids that I sold these big stinking four-wheel drives to with the monster tires and all these accessories, probably should have a surcharge. So I think that you're going to have to look at the whole spectrum if that's going to be a direction of our state government. I would tell you that I think the federal government has done a nice job of that with CAFE standards, programs like Cash for Clunkers in the past and the like. Conservatively, the WYDOT funding hole is now estimated to be about 20% of the entire WYDOT budget. A deficit like that doesn't just go away the next budget year. That number multiplies, and I've enjoyed listening to everybody on this Zoom meeting, and I think everybody understands that. Basically, the fundamentals are the fundamentals, and I guess we're all using the term kicking the can down the road. And one of the things that is stunning to me right now is that the tourism industry is not up in arms right now with our legislators, because we're inviting people to our state, and then through our transportation system, we're giving them a very sketchy experience. It's great that we've got all the beauty that we do, but how are we treating them when we get here? And again, I see that as something that's going to be an issue. If there was one item of agreement within the RUC working group, and it wasn't a contentious group, great group of people. I think the director did a great job of pulling together some very smart people. It was that even though the RUC is different and requires more thought and refinement, current revenue streams are not meeting the needs. And I want to harp on indexing a little bit. I wish I would have found the information I was provided. It's probably 2 years old. And that information showed that if indexing would have been applied to fuel tax, the revenue generation from when it was increased last time was to copy our president, huge. It was huge. And it would have only paid maybe a penny more at our current rates. So the AG did do some work, has been suggested, and I'm sorry that Mark's information is not good and the AG's is better. On Mark. I would hope that you guys would look at indexing, because I would hope that you wouldn't want WYDOT commissioners in front of you all the time singing the same old tune about the lack of funds. To me, that would get old pretty quick. A 20% budget deficit will not get easier to fix over time. The need is real, and the RUC is a vehicle to achieve meaningful revenue enhancement. Cuts and cuts have happened. Current trends point to a RUC being an effective answer. But the primary issue in my mind is additional meaningful amounts of revenue. And I ask for your support in that effort. And I would share with you one last issue. If you do not have it, WYDOT has created a really cool little pamphlet. It's Wyoming Transportation Facts, and the one I've got in front of me is 2018. And under the category of road preservation, resurfacing, and reconstruction, I'll leave this thought with you. Reconstructing 1 mile of road in Wyoming costs approximately the following. For a 2-lane asphalt reconstruction, $850,000 to $2.5 million. 4-lane, $1.5 to $3.5 million. 4-lane concrete, $3.5 to $4.75 million. So when we're coming up with amounts to support our infrastructure, a phrase that I probably used too much with the RUC working group is that I question whether a bake sale is going to really help it. I think it's going to take some really meaningful increases in revenue. And I see Senator McGuire, I don't know if he's still on or not, but he spoke earlier about all the out-of-staters that he sees working on jobs here in the state. I believe that if our state contractors knew that there was a good, reliable stream of revenue for them, that they would hire more, that they would provide more equipment, that they would be able to quash out-of-staters coming in and getting jobs because they're able to spread their fixed costs over more jobs. So to me, folks, I just see a lot of work that needs to be done, but the bottom line is I ask for your support in finding some additional meaningful amounts of revenue. So with that, I would sit for any questions.
Yes, Representative McGuire, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to take an opportunity to thank Commissioner Schmidt for all of his continued hard work representing District 7 and also the work that he does for the state and of course Central Wyoming. It's been so valuable, and he is on so many boards, nonprofits, et cetera, here in Central Wyoming. And we truly appreciate everything that he does for our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, finished with questions. Nope, we're not. Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to butter up Mr. Schmidt also. I don't know what's going on or what's happening in the future, but I want to make sure he's buttered up properly. Thank you.
Consider me buttered.
Better always makes everything better, for sure. Okay. Mary Beth, do we have anyone else waiting in the public?
Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay. So I think we're ready. Committee, what's your pleasure on the bill?
Move the bill.
Second the bill.
And moved by Senator Co-Chairman Von Fladern, seconded by Senator Anderson. Discussion on the bill. Yeah, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to make this pretty brief here. We're running already pretty far behind, but one thing that I want to say is after the discussion that we've had today, plus the previous discussion from our last meeting, there's still a lot of unanswered information in this movement forward. I appreciate beyond words the amount of work and the amount of time and effort that the department has put into this, and the effort that it has taken just to bring this much forward. So I appreciate that, Director Reiner and everybody else on the team. But what I will say is I'm not comfortable yet. I don't think this is the way to go. I think we've got a lot of unanswered questions that have come up today that were good questions, quote unquote, things that had not been thought about, things that had not been discussed yet. And I think that that's a fair assessment. What I think we have right here is a very large problem that is going to take more than one interim to probably decide. And I think it's going to take a little bit more time than what we've been given it today, even though we've gone over our time. We really have not put enough time into this to get down to the nitty gritty on some of the issues that we have here. So I'm just not so sure that moving forward with this, I cannot in good conscience vote for this. I do think that this is ultimately going to be the fairest way that we go forward. I think that there's just too many unanswered questions for me at this point to consider to move this forward. And I'd like to move this forward with some more discussion from other people. But I don't think we've done enough in due diligence to move this forward at this time. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To that point, certainly we've worked on this, and I'm on the RUC working group committee as well, and I've been meeting with the department and all the stakeholders on a weekly basis. And if you recall, I tried to convince the committee to actually have a task force to do this, just for the exact reason that Representative Brown mentioned. It is a lot of information. The committee thought at that time that, oh yeah, we could take it up in the committee and deal with it. I knew that wasn't going to happen, and so I was heartened to see that the department took it upon themselves to actually fund this working group. But I have to disagree with my good colleague, Representative Brown, that we actually can't wait on this. Our roads cannot wait on this just so that we get that level of comfort. I think that we need to press forward with this bill. I mean, if we get to the point in session where we don't like it, yes, we can vote against it. We certainly did that with the tolling bill, didn't we? But we just cannot keep putting this off. Our roads need repair. And if you didn't take any slide to heart, look at that slide with that graphic about what it's going to cost us to replace these roads. If you think we're going to have problems now, just wait another 2 years and we are going to be in dire straits, and we don't have the money as it is. So I urge you all, please pass this, amend it if we need to, but let's get the framework in place so that we can have a discussion amongst the 90 of us and not just kill it because of our level of uncomfortable in this.
Okay, Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm probably going to vote to move this forward, but I got an email prompt from someone and I looked on the NCSL website. Almost every state that has done this, maybe every state, it has been a pilot program. It started out small. Now I get the argument that we're a small state, 700,000 vehicles to possibly put this program through, but I think we need to move this forward. We can amend it. Those of us who are going to go to Cheyenne, we'll see what happens there, but I think it needs to be scaled down to start out with hybrids, electric vehicles, or something like that. I don't think we need to go all the way with this bill, but I am going to vote to move it forward. And those are my thoughts on it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Steinmetz.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to have to leave after this comment, so I hope I can leave my proxy via audio here, but I too just feel that this bill isn't ready for prime time quite yet. I've been a no vote on it all the way along, and I too really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. I don't think that we're ready for it quite yet. I would probably support a pilot project, but there is a reason that other states have not followed through with this. I was looking through some of the other pilot projects that have happened in other states like Colorado. And so I would like to leave my no vote on this, and I appreciate all your hard work. I'm not saying that in the end, when we're ready to phase out the fuel tax, it may be the way for us to go. But at this time, I'm a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Committee, any other discussion on the bill? Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's any amount of information or discussions that can change the mind of somebody who's going to vote no on this. I think we owe it to the legislature to bring it to them and let them work it. Like's been said, this could be changed a lot in the committees in the legislature or even in the legislature. So what we have done here is not the final bill that will come out in March of 2021. So I want to move it forward and give the body the chance to work it. Thank you.
Any other conversation? Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if you wanted to go over it page by page or just accept it as is.
The committee, do you have do we have any suggestions for changes in the bill as maybe how we should do it, or do you want to go through it? Would you like to go through it page by page, Senator Von Flateren? We can do that.
Particularly.
Huh? Not particularly, okay. Is everybody okay then? They've got a pretty good idea of what the bill does? Yeah, Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know, I've actually looked at this bill quite a lot, but I do think we do need to make that.
You're muted, Senator Pappas.
You clicked off. You're muted.
There we go. So what I want to do is just make the one change that we there was a question regarding SUVs and crossovers, and Director Reiner had selected a category to throw those in. So I would move that we put, I believe, I don't recall which one it was. I think it was category 3. I would move that we add the words crossovers and SUVs to category 3.
Second.
What else is in there? Passenger cars? I thought they were category 2. I might be.
Category three.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's the recommendation of the director.
Okay. All right. Is the committee clear on that? Go ahead, Senator Anderson.
I understood it was category 3 that he recommended putting them in. Is that correct? Is that what we're saying?
That's what he.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
You understand the amendment? It's an amendment, correct, Senator Pappas? Is there a second to the amendment?
I seconded it, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Senator Anderson. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on it? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it passes. That change passes. Are there any other changes anyone has right now? Yeah, Co-Chairman Von Flatern.
This would be on the, can a commercial account manager charge a fee? It says no. I mean, I assume no, a fee to the individual payer. So I would say no on that. That's page 7, line 7, 8, 9.
It's just in the notes, though.
Yeah, it's just in the notes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Yes, I believe that we should, and I don't have any language to tweak it right now, but I believe that all of the entities that are going to be collecting these monies for us ought to get their money out of their administrative fee and not start setting up multiple charges to other clients. So I think somehow we ask LSO to include some language in here that prohibits them from charging any additional fees outside of their administrative charge that they will get directly from the state.
I second that.
Okay. Any discussion on it? Well,
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
yeah.
could we
Senator,
allow LSO to write that up and have it for our next meeting?
I think so. It's certainly made this staff comment clear for me. I've appreciated the amendment. Oh, we've got some more hands up. I believe we could do that, Josh. We could have it. Then would you want to delay the vote, Senator, if we did it that way? Okay. All right, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, in page 7, line 5, it says use of technology and value-added services. So would they be able to charge more for, so would there be a basic thing that they're able to not charge for? But then if they say to me as the user, if you want to, we will just auto charge your credit card and we will charge you a fee for auto charging your credit card, so you don't have to worry about a monthly thing. It just happens. And could they charge a fee for that at value added service?
Don't know the answers. Senator Von Flatern.
Thank you. And in answer to Representative Newsom's comments, I think they could charge the credit card fee, but nothing else, which we allow all government agencies to do.
Okay. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the pleasure of the bringer of the motion, this could piggyback with that one, or it could be a separate one. But my second pet peeve is out-of-state companies making money on Wyoming projects. And so I would like to invite whoever drafts this to include a 5% preference that the administrating company be in-state, just to encourage an in-state company to take over this if it goes forward. So thank you.
Well, that would be similar to I'm not sure. It'd be similar to the 5% preference contractor preference deal. Would they be anyway? I'm curious if that would not be. Okay. Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe there's only certain building contractors and there's only certain people that are afforded that preference. Josh could probably tell us who, but I am not opposed to that at all. So that could be part of this.
All right.
I believe, however, Mr. Chairman, was that your motion, Senator Von Flattern, or was that my motion? I can't remember.
It's Representative McGuire's separate motion, I assume.
Okay, why don't we
I
vote
think
on?
he asked if we could put
Yeah.
it into a friendly amendment into this amendment. Correct, Representative McGuire?
I think it would be appropriate if it's acceptable to the bringer of the motion. Otherwise, I would make it as a separate motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we will amend the amendment to give an in-state preference, 5% in-state preference to a contractor here in the state of Wyoming. We probably need a second to your.
I'd second that.
Okay, we got a second on it. Who did that? Representative O'Hearn?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any further discussion on it? Okay, you got it down, Josh? Okay, are we ready to vote? Voting on the amendment, raise your hand. Those in favor? That amended amendment passes. Any further changes? Okay, Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on page 10, line 13, we were supposed to decide on how many years. Right now it says every X years. I would propose it's every 3 years that they would adjust for inflation.
Okay.
Second on that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we do the charge indexing every 3 years. Moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Senator Von Flattern. Any discussion on that amendment? All right, those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that amendment passes. Okay. Other changes to the bill presently? Yes, Co-Chairman Von Flattern.
On page 9, I would say on the top of page 9, line 2 through 4, it says all reports and records of the state and commercial account managers shall be open to examination by the Department of Audit, excluding private information to, and I'll let Josh come up with the correct wording for this, but not private information that would identify the user, the payee.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Blake. So does everybody understand that amendment would exclude private information from being public information, basically? Okay. Are we ready to vote on that amendment? Oh, Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of Josh? This is only open to the examination by another department in the state, audit. Are not all reports and records available to see by the Department of Audit? And I mean, this is not going outside of the state. I'm a little bit confused.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure to what extent different information is excluded that's otherwise confidential, that's excluded from the Department of Audit. I would guess that some of it is, as you note, in this case, this would just be for purposes of Department of Audit. So policy question, Mr. Chair.
Senator Von Flatern, would you be able to expound on your explanation a little bit on this private information? I'm not sure I'm clear on it either.
And I don't know that, and what Senator Pappas was driving at, I don't know that the Department of Audit gets like the books thrown open to them, or they get only what they need, which is, who'd you bill? How do they pay it? That kind of information. So I'm just saying, let's exclude private information that will identify the payer of the bills. And Department of Audit can then look at the audit and say, they are charging the right amount, they're charging people that should be charged, and those kind of issues, financial issues that don't identify the payer.
Okay, Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I wouldn't know unless I really actually had the Department of Audit weigh in on this, but I'm okay. We can always change it down the line if there's something the Department of Audit, hopefully they can get back to us and tell us if this hamstrings them at all. So I'm okay right now, but I may want to change my mind later.
Okay, Senator Anderson.
I'm like Senator Pappas, I'm okay with this, but I think what the people were worried about was their GPS position a little more than their name on there. But we may have to just modify that later if there's a lot of disruption with that.
Yeah, so if this amendment passes, Josh, just make a note that we need to get a weigh-in by the Department of Audit. Make sure we're not doing something that is improper. Are we ready to vote, committee? All those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. That amendment passes. Okay. Further amendments or changes? Yeah, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, this kind of goes in line with what the discussion was a little earlier. I've been sifting through this bill trying to find where to put it, and I just can't figure it out. So this is going to be kind of theorized here, and hopefully you can help me out with it. But I'd like to put maybe it's even in another section that nothing in this act as we create it shall allow law enforcement of any jurisdiction to utilize any of this information for any type of search warrant or anything like that. If we're forcing something, we need to, so that's the purpose of this. And so jurisdictional use, whether it's FBI, federal investigation, whether it's across state lines, whatever it is, none of this information shall be obtainable by any police jurisdiction.
Well, I guess I would have a question on that, Representative Brown.
Second that, by the way.
Huh?
I'm seconding the motion.
Second, okay. Thank you, Co-Chairman. So if we did get into a situation where somebody's false reporting, how would they get that done under that rule? Nothing allows law enforcement into this deal because there is false reporting and a fine. That's in page 15, page 9 through 16.
Mr. Chairman, where did you say that was? Page 4?
No, page 15.
Page 15, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 15, line 9 through 16. What this is a mechanism to make sure there isn't false reporting being done, because we're going to be self-reporting, at least until the cars are modern enough to report on their own.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, I guess what I would look at there is we're already, and from what I've been hearing from the director and many others, is the rule of averages is going to play out. And so we're not going to have that many people that are not reporting incorrectly or falsely. So we probably shouldn't have to worry about that. But ultimately, what I'm trying to get to is if we're requiring citizens to do something with any type of identification to the state whatsoever about their mileage and where they're going, whether or not this is going to be just to snap a picture of their odometer or not. I just want to make sure that none of this information that is being forced upon our citizens can be utilized against them in the court of law. That's self-incrimination.
Okay, I see. For other things. Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 8, at the end of that page, line 21 through 23, it talks about data security and protocol. So that may be the place that would be good to put representative.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would tend to agree with that.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And certainly when it comes to Fifth Amendment, I'm a very strong proponent of that. I would simply encourage consideration during this discussion. There could be situations, hostage situations, or terrorist situations that involve a lot of people where, whether it be law enforcement or the military, would benefit greatly from that information. So I would just invite consideration that the language be tempered somewhat, that in some situations there would be access, whether and how that is decided and how that's tempered, I don't know. But I would just remind everybody that it wasn't that many years ago that we had a situation in a school in Cokeville where nobody knew what was going on, and there were 2 people in there getting ready to blow the school up and burn it up. And those are the kinds of things, they do happen. And it's something where you would want law enforcement to have all the tools available in order to protect the lives of the innocent. So I would just encourage us to consider that in the discussion. Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this amendment. I want to do everything I can to help the police and the FBI and any other entity to find someone or save someone in light of the children, missing children. We a lot of times use every bit of information that we can to identify who they're with and where that vehicle is and that kind of things. I think we ought to make sure that law enforcement can access all this information. So I'm opposed to the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess to Representative Brown, I finally found what Representative Newsom was talking about: use methods for safeguarding and protecting the personally identifiable information of each payer on page 8. That covers quite a bit. Is there any way you would want to insert it into that?
Mr. Chairman, I would give basically free rein at this point to LSO to figure out where it best is best suited. I do think that that's probably the best location for it. I think maybe tacking on to the end of that sentence and or adding another sub paragraph or something along those lines would probably work. As far as this is conceptual, I that's about the only place that I can think of, but I wasn't sure if that would even fit there. And mainly because if we're looking at it, we're authorizing the department is authorizing the commercial account managers to do that. I'm not so certain that that in lies with the people that would have information back at the state level. I think I did hear the director multiple times say that the state would not retain any of that, but I just don't know if we need to safeguard any further. So I would just give the visualization to Josh and let Josh and Heather work that out where it needs to go.
Okay. Now, did we have a second on that? We did have a second. Okay, are you ready to vote? Raise your hands if you're in favor of that amendment. And you total, that's 5, 4. Wait a second. Hold your hands up. Keep them up. So it is a tie. Fails on a tie vote, I believe. Is that what you got, Josh? No, wait a minute here. Okay. What? Maybe I'm wrong there. Let's raise your hands again. I thought I was looking at just representatives. I may not be. 1, 2,
Is this for the amendment?
for the amendment? Yes, this is
Yeah.
for the amendment.
Yeah.
So that passes. That amendment passes 4 to 5.
You've got to ask for the against the amendment also.
Okay.
5 doesn't pass it.
Okay. Those opposed to it, raise your hand, please. 2, 3, 4, 5 to 4. It passes. It may be something, okay. So that amendment passes. We're going to try to insert something in that that strengthens, I think is what it's going to amount to.
Mr. Chairman, I think there are 11 members present, so I don't know who didn't vote, but I think it would take 6 people to pass the amendment.
Well, I'm not seeing everybody on my screen here for some reason. I don't know exactly how. I'm not very good at this stuff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Josh is right. I is sitting here looking at this and with it even being my amendment and loving to hear the fact that it would pass, but I do think it fails.
Okay. How about we use our little hands, because I don't have everybody on the screen, and I'll get some help with that before we start this afternoon again. But you know where your little hand is?
Nope.
All those in favor of it. We're going to start with those in favor.
I don't know where the little hand is.
Little hand is on your chat or participants. If you click on participants.
Click on participants.
Okay.
I still don't have everybody. I pushed the button, it made the picture bigger, and I don't have 11 present. Oh, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've changed everything then. Now we could use our hands. Now I can't see I cannot see your hands. That's off the screen. So go ahead and raise your hand this time. We have 11 out here, so.
In favor of.
In favor of. 5. Okay, those opposed, raise your hand. 4, and I'm gonna raise my hand. So it's a tie. I think it's something we may work on, but I think there's a lot on this bill we are gonna. Oh, Representative Newsom, were you?
I believe she was a no vote also, Mr. Chairman.
No.
So that would be.
It still dies in a 6 to 5. Okay. Any other changes to the bill?
Question on the bill.
Okay, I'd like to say a little bit. I think it's, it looks like we've got other hands too. But before, are we voting? Are you guys voting on the bill?
No, I want to speak.
Wanted to speak. I would like
to speak.
I think that most of the country's working on something. What we've got is a federal highway fund that isn't able to keep up with the expenses of our infrastructure, highway infrastructure in the nation. So we've got a lot of states working on it. We're not the first one to work on it. But I do think it's time to start getting people used to a funding system that's sustainable. And I think this is probably the best choice we have. We've looked at tolling. No one liked that idea very well, and it didn't really capture everybody. You look at fuel tax, it doesn't capture all of the expenses of the road. The idea of a utility tax in which I pay for what I use is probably the best approach to the thing. I'm guessing this bill isn't perfect, and it may take a few years of amending and changing here and there to get it to where it is, but I do think I'm going to vote in favor of it. And we've had a working group that have done a lot of work on it. As we go along, we'll understand the thing better, and we'll probably be able to fine tune it, but we have more conversation here. So Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to vote to move this forward too. I asked a lot of questions today and some tough ones, I think, but I don't think any of those change the dynamic of what we're dealing with. And I think that the questions I ask can be dealt with as we work this bill in the future. It's not perfect, but it's a place to start. And what it really does is provides a format to bring this to the people of Wyoming so that we get a really good discussion going on about the future of Wyoming and what the problem is. If we shut this down, then the conversation doesn't happen. And I just want to commend the Director Reiner and Commissioner Schmidt. You can tell that they know a lot about this, that they have worked this and understand it. And I think we need to ride this knowledge to see where it leads right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's proxies in the interim committees, is there? I guess I'd ask that of Josh.
Mr. Chairman, different committees have handled it differently. It's kind of usually up to the chairman on how to handle that. So again, some people have allowed proxies and some have not, in my experience, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't know as we set up rules on the individual committee did on that either. I think I'm going to allow it for the time being. There's more conversation though. Representative Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to go with Representative Obermuller in that I think the discussion needs to go out to more people in the state. Everybody locally that I've talked to and even mentioned it said, what are you doing? But there is a need here. And I think some of you folks are going to have a good time explaining it and moving it forward. But I think it's a discussion that has to go on around the state. And if it stops here, it just stops. So I'll look to help move it forward.
Okay, yes, Co-Chairman Von Flater.
Thank you. On page 16, on the bottom of, on line 21, it says road uses charge may appeal the decision to the board. We need a definition of the board, which I think is the Board of Equalization. So that needs to be put in the definition part. I don't think that as an amendment, sir, that just needs to be included.
All right, you have a note of that, Josh. Thank you. Were there any more further discussion on the bill? So I think we're
Mr.
ready.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
One item to bring to your attention, there's, if you look on bottom of page 13, going over to 14, there's a blank at the top of that line. This is related to the exemptions. My suggestion would be, if you didn't want any additional exemptions, that you could just delete all of subsection B, because the department otherwise has general rulemaking authority for the whole chapter. But either way, that's one place where there's still a blank line in the legislation.
Okay, committee, do I have an amendment? Yes, Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. I think we ought to delete it all. I know the working committee certainly is looking for everyone to pitch in and have no exemptions. The minute we start going down except for the two that we have that we think are required, I agree. Let's just get rid of it all. So I move that.
Second.
Seconded by who? I'm not sure.
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman, okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we amend out any further exemptions. I'm not sure what the language will look like, but it'll be out of there. Everybody understands that amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Okay, that amendment passes. Can we think of anything else? All right.
Call for the question.
Okay, question's been called for. Josh?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 21 LSO
Yes.
0104 version 4 as amended. Senator Anderson. Senator Anderson, you're on mute.
Aye.
Senator Hutchings.
No, excused.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz.
He was
Whatever you want to do.
which chairman?
You
decides?
call it, sir.
I think we'll allow the
Proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proxy was.
Representative Blake.
Aye.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Crank.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Obermuller.
Aye.
Representative Western.
Excuse.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Co-chairman Von Flatern.
Aye.
Co-chairman Eklund.
Aye. Okay, that bill passes the committee. Yes, Senator Pappas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, might I make one request? I'd ask for the committee to task WYDOT along with all the partners of the road usage charge working group and all the great stakeholders that have been working tirelessly for the last 5 months to actually take all of our comments into consideration. I heard great comments from all of you, from Representative Brown, from Obermuller, from McGuire, all of you had great comments, and I think we could incorporate a lot of that stuff. So I ask you that we task the department to take these comments and formulate some amendments for us to look at next time that addresses all of our comments.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
am I understanding that Senator Pappas, are you requesting for them to bring amendments to the bill that we just approved and have us reconsider the bill with amendments in our November meeting? Is that right?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, all I'm saying is the department and the road usage charge committee really has gotten a lot of input from us today. And as I just don't want these thoughts to go away. And I thought that the road usage charge committee, which still continues to meet every week, they could take our comments, and if there's some better language that could come about based on all the input we gave them today, it makes sense that they offer some tweaks to the bill based on our comments today. So if they find nothing changes, that's fine. But I think that we've got some good information that was discussed today, and it might be valuable for them to work it and bring back maybe some positive changes to the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Brown.
I couldn't agree more, Senator Pappas, and I appreciate the idea there. What I will say is that's exactly why I voted no on this bill. I think if we've got the opportunity to make more adjustments and more movement forward and fine tune the things that we didn't like and that we should have taken into consideration, this bill should have been tabled and moved forward to the next meeting, and we should have considered those amendments. So that just as an explanation of why I voted no, I completely agree that if we can come up with some amendments between now and next month or November, let's do it. Let's make this bill better before it goes to prime time.
Yes, Co-Chairman Von Fladern.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This has to do with Senator Pappas's comments. You will be assigning this bill to a committee in the Senate and or the House. And so my understanding is this probably has to go to the House, I think, first, because it is revenue raising at some point. And at that time, they could bring those amendments too.
Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, agreed. Representative Brown, Senator Von Fladern, I agree with your comments, but we do have one more meeting. And so if we can continue to work it, I mean, that's why I suggest we continue on with the bill so we can keep working it. I mean, if we would have voted no, it would have died and it would have just gone away. So I agree with both comments, but we do have one more meeting, another chance for us to actually understand it more fully and possibly clarify some of the issues that we have with it. So thank you.
Okay. So I think it is, Representative Newsom, did you have something to add here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do I understand that we will get another copy of the bill with the amendments incorporated in them before our next meeting so we can look it over a little more carefully?
I don't think it would have the amendments in it. There would be suggestions on language possibly and some other changes. And we would more than likely not have the time to go through it in detail as we did today with quite as much conversation, but we might, I can see where Senator Pappas is going with it. A lot of times you get a bill to the floor, and if that thing isn't at least halfway ironed out, if you've got so many amendments, you can't read it. And that happens. You could have more pages of language for the amendments than there is in the bill. Those bills often die, and we don't want that to happen. So the closer to right we can get it, probably the better. This is our most important bill this go around. So Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, well, I can't speak for the department or for the working group. I know we probably can provide whatever amendments that they may want to further prior to our meeting, so that we get them in our distribution earlier before the meeting. So I would ask the department to do that. If we do have amendments that come that they may suggest, that they do provide it to us so that we can review them prior to our meeting and not spring them upon us at the meeting. So I think I know the director is up for taking on this charge. Can't speak to whether we can get those amendments out, but I think we can. So I'll try to speak with when we have our next road usage charge working group meeting next week. I'll impress upon them that we need to work on those things prior to the meeting so that you can see them a few weeks before the meeting.
Okay, Representative Newsom.
I was referring to the amendments that we actually passed today.
Oh,
If
yeah.
we could get a copy of with the amendments that we actually passed today.
I misunderstood. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. It is probably time to take a lunch break. I know we're a little behind.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick comment. I just wanted to thank Senator Pappas for his work on this. I know he was disappointed that it wasn't done through a committee through the legislature, but the working group that came together and his involvement in it have brought some great ideas forward, and I really appreciate the work he's done on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, can we, so our schedule has, we aren't quite caught up, but it has us with a 1 hour lunch break. Does everybody need a 1 hour lunch break, or can we cut it shorter? How much shorter?
Shorter, please.
Shorter?
30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. 30-minute deal will bring us back to about 1, I believe. Yep. Why don't we start here? That not quite, but we'll start as soon after 1 as we can. I'll see you then.